Introduction. For Hush Puppies, the classic American brushed suede shoes with the lightweight crepe sole, the tipping point came somewhere between late 1994 and early 1995. The brand had been all but dead until that point. Sales were down to 30,000 pairs a year, mostly to backwoods outlets and small-town family stores. Wolverine, the company that makes Hush Puppies, was thinking of phasing out the shoes that made them famous. But then something strange happened. At a fashion shoot, two Hush Puppies executives, Owen Baxter and Jeffrey Lewis, ran into a stylist from New York who told them that the classic Hush Puppies had suddenly become hip in the clubs and bars of downtown Manhattan. "We were being told," Baxter recalls, "that there were resale shops in the Village in Soho, where the shoes were being sold. People were going to the Ma and Pa stores, the little stores that still carried them, and buying them up." Baxter and Lewis were baffled at first. It made no sense to them that shoes that were so obviously out of fashion could make a comeback. "We were told that Isaac Mizrahi was wearing the shoes himself," Lewis says. "I think it's fair to say that at the time we had no idea who Isaac Mizrahi was." By the fall of 1995, things began to happen in a rush. First, the designer John Bartlett called. He wanted to use Hush Puppies in his spring collection. Then another Manhattan designer, Anna Sui, called, wanting shoes for her show as well. In Los Angeles, the designer Joel Fitzgerald put a 25-foot inflatable basset hound, the symbol of the Hush Puppies brand, on the roof of his Hollywood store and gutted an adjoining art gallery to turn it into a Hush Puppies boutique. While he was still painting and putting up shelves, the actor Pee Wee Herman walked in and asked for a couple of pairs. "It was total word of mouth," Fitzgerald remembers. In 1995, the company sold 430,000 pairs of the classic Hush Puppies, and the next year it sold 4 times that, and the year after that still more, until Hush Puppies were once again a staple of the wardrobe of the young American male. In 1996, Hush Puppies won the prize for Best Accessory at the Council of Fashion Designers Awards dinner at Lincoln Center, and the president of the firm stood up on the stage with Calvin Klein and Donna Karan and accepted an award for an achievement that, as he would be the first to admit, his company had almost nothing to do with. Hush Puppies had suddenly exploded, and it all started with a handful of kids in the East Village and Soho. How did that happen? Those first few kids, whoever they were, weren't deliberately trying to promote Hush Puppies. They were wearing them precisely because no one else would wear them. Then the fad spread to two fashion designers who used the shoes to peddle something else, haute couture. The shoes were an incidental touch. No one was trying to make Hush Puppies a trend. Yet, somehow, that's exactly what happened. The shoes passed a certain point in popularity and they tipped. How does a $30 pair of shoes go from a handful of downtown Manhattan hipsters and designers to every mall in America in the space of 2 years? 1. There was a time, not very long ago, in the desperately poor New York City neighborhoods of Brownsville and East New York, when the streets would turn into ghost towns at dusk. Ordinary working people wouldn't walk on the sidewalks. Children wouldn't ride their bicycles on the streets. Old folks wouldn't sit on stoops and park benches. The drug trade ran so rampant and gang warfare was so ubiquitous in that part of Brooklyn that most people would take to the safety of their apartment at nightfall. Police officers who served in Brownsville in the 1980s and early 1990s say that, in those years, as soon as the sun went down, their radios exploded with chatter between beat officers and their dispatchers over every conceivable kind of violent and dangerous crime. In 1992, there were 2,154 murders in New York City and 626,182 serious crimes, with the weight of those crimes falling hardest in places like Brownsville and East New York. But then something strange happened. At some mysterious and critical point, the crime rate began to turn. It tipped. Within 5 years, murders had dropped 64.3% to 770 and total crimes had fallen by almost half to 355,893. In Brownsville and East New York, the sidewalks filled up again, the bicycles came back, and old folks reappeared on the stoops. There was a time when it wasn't uncommon to hear rapid fire, like you would hear somewhere in the jungle in Vietnam, says Inspector Edward Messedry, who commands the police precinct in Brownsville. I don't hear the gunfire anymore. The New York City Police will tell you that what happened in New York was that the city's policing strategies dramatically improved. Criminologists point to the decline of the crack trade and the aging of the population. Economists, meanwhile, say that the gradual improvement in the city's economy over the course of the 1990s had the effect of employing those who might otherwise have become criminals. These are the conventional explanations for the rise and fall of social problems, but in the end none is any more satisfying than the statement that kids in the East Village caused the Hush Puppies revival. The changes in the drug trade, the population, and the economy are all long-term trends, happening all over the country. They don't explain why crime plunged in New York City so much more than in other cities around the country, and they don't explain why it all happened in such an extraordinarily short time. As for the improvements made by the police, they are important too. But there is a puzzling gap between the scale of the changes in policing and the size of the effect on places like Brownsville and East New York. After all, crime didn't just slowly ebb in New York as conditions gradually improved. It plummeted. How can a change in a handful of economic and social indices cause murder rates to fall by 2/3 in 5 years? 2. The tipping point is the biography of an idea, and the idea is very simple. It is that the best way to understand the emergence of fashion trends, the ebb and flow of crime waves, or, for that matter, the transformation of unknown books into bestsellers, or the rise of teenage smoking, or the phenomena of word of mouth, or any number of the other mysterious changes that mark everyday life is to think of them as epidemics. Ideas and products and messages and behaviors spread just like viruses do. The rise of Hush Puppies and the fall of New York's crime rate are textbook examples of epidemics in action. Although they may sound as if they don't have very much in common, they share a basic, underlying pattern. First of all, they are clear examples of contagious behavior. No one took out an advertisement and told people that the traditional Hush Puppies were cool and they should start wearing them. Those kids simply wore the shoes when they went to clubs or cafes or walked the streets of downtown New York, and in so doing exposed other people to their fashion sense. They infected them with the Hush Puppies virus. The crime decline in New York surely happened the same way. It wasn't that some huge percentage of would-be murderers suddenly sat up in 1993 and decided not to commit any more crimes. Nor was it that the police managed magically to intervene in a huge percentage of situations that would otherwise have turned deadly. What happened is that the small number of people in the small number of situations in which the police or the new social forces had some impact started behaving very differently, and that behavior somehow spread to other would-be criminals in similar situations. Somehow a large number of people in New York got infected with an anti-crime virus in a short time. The second distinguishing characteristic of these two examples is that in both cases little changes had big effects. All of the possible reasons for why New York's crime rate dropped are changes that happened at the margin. They were incremental changes. The crack trade leveled off. The population got a little older. The police force got a little better. Yet the effect was dramatic. So too with Hush Puppies. How many kids are we talking about who began wearing the shoes in downtown Manhattan? 20? 50? 100 at the most? Yet their actions seem to have single-handedly started an international fashion trend. Finally, both changes happened in a hurry. They didn't build steadily and slowly. It is instructive to look at a chart of the crime rate in New York City from, say, the mid-1960s to the late 1990s. It looks like a giant arch. In 1965, there were 200,000 crimes in the city, and from that point on the number begins a sharp rise, doubling in 2 years and continuing almost unbroken until it hits 650,000 crimes a year in the mid-1970s. It stays steady at that level for the next 2 decades, before plunging downward in 1992 as sharply as it rose 30 years earlier. Crime did not taper off. It didn't gently decelerate. It hit a certain point and jammed on the brakes. These three characteristics, 1. Contagiousness, 2. The fact that little causes can have big effects, and 3. That change happens not gradually but at one dramatic moment, are the same 3 principles that define how measles moves through a grade school classroom or the flu attacks every winter. Of the 3, the third trait, the idea that epidemics can rise or fall in one dramatic moment, is the most important, because it is the principle that makes sense of the first 2 and that permits the greatest insight into why modern change happens the way it does. The name given to that one dramatic moment in an epidemic when everything can change all at once is the tipping point. 3. A world that follows the rules of epidemics is a very different place from the world we think we live in now. Think, for a moment, about the concept of contagiousness. If I say that word to you, you think of colds and the flu or perhaps something very dangerous like HIV or Ebola. We have, in our minds, a very specific, biological notion of what contagiousness means. But if there can be epidemics of crime or epidemics of fashion, there must be all kinds of things just as contagious as viruses. Have you ever thought about yawning, for instance? Yawning is a surprisingly powerful act. Just because you read the word yawning in the previous 2 sentences, and the 2 additional yawns in this sentence, a good number of you will probably yawn within the next few minutes. Even as I'm writing this, I've yawned twice. If you're reading this in a public place and you've just yawned, chances are that a good proportion of everyone who saw you yawn is now yawning too, and a good proportion of the people watching the people who watched you yawn are now yawning as well, and on in an ever-widening, yawning circle. Yawning is incredibly contagious. I made some of you reading this yawn simply by writing the word yawn. The people who yawned when they saw you yawn, meanwhile, were infected by the sight of you yawning, which is a second kind of contagion. They might even have yawned if they only heard you yawn, because yawning is also orally contagious. If you play an audio tape of a yawn to blind people, they'll yawn too. And finally, if you yawned as you read this, did the thought cross your mind, however unconsciously and fleetingly, that you might be tired? I suspect that for some of you it did, which means that yawns can also be emotionally contagious. Simply by writing the word, I can plant a feeling in your mind. Can the flu virus do that? Contagiousness, in other words, is an unexpected property of all kinds of things, and we have to remember that, if we are to recognize and diagnose epidemic change. The second of the principles of epidemics, that little changes can somehow have big effects, is also a fairly radical notion. We are, as humans, heavily socialized to make a kind of rough approximation between cause and effect. If we want to communicate a strong emotion, if we want to convince someone that, say, we love them, we realize that we need to speak passionately and forthrightly. If we want to break bad news to someone, we lower our voices and choose our words carefully. We are trained to think that what goes into any transaction or relationship or system must be directly related in intensity and dimension to what comes out. Consider, for example, the following puzzle. I give you a large piece of paper, and I ask you to fold it over once, and then take that folded paper and fold it over again, and then again, and again, until you have refolded the original paper 50 times. How tall do you think the final stack is going to be? In answer to that question, most people will fold the sheet in their mind's eye, and guess that the pile would be as thick as a phone book, or, if they're really courageous, they'll say that it would be as tall as a refrigerator. But the real answer is that the height of the stack would approximate the distance to the sun. And if you folded it over one more time, the stack would be as high as the distance to the sun and back. This is an example of what in mathematics is called a geometric progression. Epidemics are another example of geometric progression. When a virus spreads through a population, it doubles and doubles again, until it has, figuratively, grown from a single sheet of paper all the way to the sun in 50 steps. As human beings, we have a hard time with this kind of progression, because the end result, the effect, seems far out of proportion to the cause. To appreciate the power of epidemics, we have to abandon this expectation about proportionality. We need to prepare ourselves for the possibility that sometimes big changes follow from small events, and that sometimes these changes can happen very quickly. This possibility of sudden change is at the center of the idea of the tipping point and might well be the hardest of all to accept. The expression first came into popular use in the 1970s to describe the flight to the suburbs of whites living in the older cities of the American Northeast. When the number of incoming African Americans in a particular neighborhood reached a certain point, 20%, say, sociologists observed that the community would tip. Most of the remaining whites would leave almost immediately. The tipping point is the moment of critical mass, the threshold, the boiling point. There was a tipping point for violent crime in New York in the early 1990s, and a tipping point for the reemergence of hush puppies, just as there is a tipping point for the introduction of any new technology. Sharp introduced the first low-priced fax machine in 1984, and sold about 80,000 of those machines in the United States in that first year. For the next 3 years, businesses slowly and steadily bought more and more faxes until, in 1987, enough people had faxes that it made sense for everyone to get a fax. 1987 was the fax machine tipping point. 1 million machines were sold that year, and by 1989 2 million new machines had gone into operation. Cellular phones have followed the same trajectory. Through the 1990s, they got smaller and cheaper and service got better until 1998 when the technology hit a tipping point and suddenly everyone had a cell phone. For an explanation of the mathematics of tipping points, see the endnotes. All epidemics have tipping points. Jonathan Crane, a sociologist at the University of Illinois, has looked at the effect the number of role models in a community, the professionals, managers, teachers whom the Census Bureau has defined as high status, has on the lives of teenagers in the same neighborhood. He found little difference in pregnancy rates or school dropout rates in neighborhoods of between 40 and 5% of high-status workers. But when the number of professionals dropped below 5%, the problems exploded. For black schoolchildren, for example, as the percentage of high-status workers falls just 2.2 percentage points from 5.6% to 3.4%, dropout rates more than double. At the same tipping point, the rates of childbearing for teenaged girls, which barely move at all up to that point, nearly double. We assume, intuitively, that neighborhoods and social problems decline in some kind of steady progression. But sometimes they may not decline steadily at all. At the tipping point, schools can lose control of their students, and family life can disintegrate all at once. I remember once as a child seeing our family's puppy encounter snow for the first time. He was shocked and delighted and overwhelmed, wagging his tail nervously, sniffing about in this strange, fluffy substance, whimpering with the mystery of it all. It wasn't much colder on the morning of his first snowfall than it had been the evening before. It might have been 34 degrees the previous evening, and now it was 31 degrees. Almost nothing had changed, in other words, yet, and this was the amazing thing, everything had changed. Rain had become something entirely different. Snow. We are all, at heart, gradualists, our expectations set by the steady passage of time. But the world of the tipping point is a place where the unexpected becomes expected, where radical change is more than possibility. It is contrary to all our expectations, a certainty. In pursuit of this radical idea, I'm going to take you to Baltimore to learn from the epidemic of syphilis in that city. I'm going to introduce 3 fascinating kinds of people I call mavens, connectors, and salesmen, who play a critical role in the word-of-mouth epidemics that dictate our tastes and trends and fashions. I'll take you to the set of the children's shows Sesame Street and Blue's Clues and into the fascinating world of the man who helped to create the Columbia Record Club to look at how messages can be structured to have the maximum possible impact on all their audience. I'll take you to a high-tech company in Delaware to talk about the tipping points that govern group life and to the subways of New York City to understand how the crime epidemic was brought to an end there. The point of all of this is to answer 2 simple questions that lie at the heart of what we would all like to accomplish as educators, parents, marketers, business people, and policymakers. Why is it that some ideas or behaviors or products start epidemics and others don't? And what can we do to deliberately start and control positive epidemics of our own? The 3 rules of epidemics. In the mid-1990s, the city of Baltimore was attacked by an epidemic of syphilis. In the space of a year, from 1995 to 1996, the number of children born with the disease increased by 500%. If you look at Baltimore's syphilis rates on a graph, the line runs straight for years and then, when it hits 1,995, rises almost at a right angle. What caused Baltimore's syphilis problem to tip? According to the Centers for Disease Control, the problem was crack cocaine. Crack is known to cause a dramatic increase in the kind of risky sexual behavior that leads to the spread of things like HIV and syphilis. It brings far more people into poor areas to buy drugs, which then increases the likelihood that they will take an infection home with them to their own neighborhood. It changes the patterns of social connections between neighborhoods. Crack, the CDC said, was the little push that the syphilis problem needed to turn into a raging epidemic. John Ziegelman of Johns Hopkins University in Baltimore, an expert on sexually transmitted diseases, has another explanation: the breakdown of medical services in the city's poorest neighborhoods. In 1990-91, we had 36,000 patient visits at the city's sexually transmitted disease clinics, Ziegelman says. Then the city decided to gradually cut back because of budgetary problems. The number of clinicians, medical personnel, went from 17 to 10. The number of physicians went from 3 to essentially nobody. Patient visits dropped to 21,000. There also was a similar drop in the amount of field outreach staff. There was a lot of politics, things that used to happen, like computer upgrades, didn't happen. It was a worst-case scenario of city bureaucracy not functioning. They would run out of drugs. When there were 36,000 patient visits a year in the STD clinics of Baltimore's inner city, in other words, the disease was kept in equilibrium. At some point between 36,000 and 21,000 patient visits a year, according to Ziegelman, the disease erupted. It began spilling out of the inner city, up the streets and highways that connect those neighborhoods to the rest of the city. Suddenly, people who might have been infectious for a week before getting treated were now going around infecting others for 2 or 3 or 4 weeks before they got cured. The breakdown in treatment made syphilis a much bigger issue than it had been before. There is a third theory, which belongs to John Potteratt, one of the country's leading epidemiologists. His culprits are the physical changes in those years affecting East and West Baltimore, the heavily depressed neighborhoods on either side of Baltimore's downtown, where the syphilis problem was centered. In the mid-1990s, he points out, the city of Baltimore embarked on a highly publicized policy of dynamiting the old 1960s-style public housing high-rises in East and West Baltimore. Two of the most publicized demolitions, Lexington Terrace in West Baltimore and Lafayette Courts in East Baltimore, were huge projects, housing hundreds of families that served as centers for crime and infectious disease. At the same time, people began to move out of the old row houses in East and West Baltimore, as those began to deteriorate as well. It was absolutely striking, Potteratt says, of the first time he toured East and West Baltimore. 50% of the row houses were boarded up, and there was also a process where they destroyed the projects. What happened was a kind of hollowing out. This fueled the diaspora. For years syphilis had been confined to a specific region of Baltimore within highly confined sociosexual networks. The housing dislocation process served to move these people to other parts of Baltimore, and they took their syphilis and other behaviors with them. What is interesting about these three explanations is that none of them is at all dramatic. The CDC thought that crack was the problem. But it wasn't as if crack came to Baltimore for the first time in 1995. It had been there for years. What they were saying is that there was a subtle increase in the severity of the crack problem in the mid-1990s, and that change was enough to set off the syphilis epidemic. Ziegelman, likewise, wasn't saying that the STD clinics in Baltimore were shut down. They were simply scaled back, the number of clinicians cut from 17 to 10. Nor was Potteratt saying that all Baltimore was hollowed out. All it took, he said, was the demolition of a handful of housing projects and the abandonment of homes in key downtown neighborhoods to send syphilis over the top. It takes only the smallest of changes to shatter an epidemic's equilibrium. The second, and perhaps more interesting, fact about these explanations is that all of them are describing a very different way of tipping an epidemic. The CDC is talking about the overall context for the disease, how the introduction and growth of an addictive drug can so change the environment of a city that it can cause a disease to tip. Ziegelman is talking about the disease itself. When the clinics were cut back, syphilis was given a second life. It had been an acute infection. It was now a chronic infection. It had become a lingering problem that stayed around for weeks. Potteratt, for his part, was focused on the people who were carrying syphilis. Syphilis, he was saying, was a disease carried by a certain kind of person in Baltimore, a very poor, probably drug-using, sexually active individual. If that kind of person was suddenly transported from his or her old neighborhood to a new one, to a new part of town, where syphilis had never been a problem before, the disease would have an opportunity to tip. There is more than one way to tip an epidemic, in other words. Epidemics are a function of the people who transmit infectious agents, the infectious agent itself, and the environment in which the infectious agent is operating. And when an epidemic tips, when it is jolted out of equilibrium, it tips because something has happened, some change has occurred in one, or two or three of those areas. These three agents of change I call the law of the few, the stickiness factor, and the power of context. 1. When we say that a handful of East Village kids started the Hush Puppies epidemic, or that the scattering of the residents of a few housing projects was sufficient to start Baltimore's syphilis epidemic, what we are really saying is that in a given process or system some people matter more than others. This is not, on the face of it, a particularly radical notion. Economists often talk about the 80-20th principle, which is the idea that in any situation roughly 80% of the work will be done by 20% of the participants. In most societies, 20% of criminals commit 80% of crimes. 20% of motorists cause 80% of all accidents. 20% of beer drinkers drink 80% of all beer. When it comes to epidemics, though, this disproportionality becomes even more extreme. A tiny percentage of people do the majority of the work. Potterat, for example, once did an analysis of a gonorrhea epidemic in Colorado Springs, Colorado, looking at everyone who came to a public health clinic for treatment of the disease over the space of 6 months. He found that about half of all the cases came, essentially, from 4 neighborhoods representing about 6% of the geographic area of the city. Half of those in that 6% in turn were socializing in the same 6 bars. Potterat then interviewed 768 people in that tiny subgroup and found that 600 of them either didn't give gonorrhea to anyone else or gave it to only one other person. These people he called non-transmitters. The ones causing the epidemic to grow, the ones who were infecting 2 and 3 and 4 and 5 others with their disease, were the remaining 168. In other words, in all of the city of Colorado Springs, a town of well in excess of 100,000 people, the epidemic of gonorrhea tipped because of the activities of 168 people living in 4 small neighborhoods and basically frequenting the same 6 bars. Who were those 168 people? They aren't like you or me. They are people who go out every night, people who have vastly more sexual partners than the norm, people whose lives and behavior are well outside of the ordinary. In the mid-1990s, for example, in the pool halls and roller skating rinks of East St. Louis, Missouri, there was a man named Darnell Boss Man McGee. He was big, over 6 feet, and charming, a talented skater, who wowed young girls with his exploits on the rink. His specialty was 13 and 14-year-olds. He bought them jewelry, took them for rides in his Cadillac, got them high on crack, and had sex with them. Between 1995 and 1997, when he was shot dead by an unknown assailant, he slept with at least 100 women and, it turned out later, infected at least 30 of them with HIV. In the same 2-year period, 1,500 miles away, near Buffalo, New York, another man, a kind of bossman clone, worked the distressed downtown streets of Jamestown. His name was Nushon Williams, although he also went by the names Face, Sly and Shyteek. Williams juggled dozens of girls, maintaining 3 or 4 different apartments around the city, and all the while supporting himself by smuggling drugs up from the Bronx. As one epidemiologist familiar with the case told me flatly, the man was a genius. If I could get away with what Williams did, I'd never have to work a day again in my life. Williams, like Bossman, was a charmer. He would buy his girlfriends roses, let them braid his long hair, and host all-night marijuana and malt liquor-fueled orgies at his apartments. I slept with him 3 or 4 times in one night, one of his partners remembered. Me and him, we used to party together all the time. After Face had sex, his friends would do it too. One would walk out, the other would walk in. Williams is now in jail. He is known to have infected at least 16 of his former girlfriends with the AIDS virus. And most famously, in the book And the Band Played on, Randy Schiltz discusses at length the so-called patient zero of AIDS, the French-Canadian flight attendant Gaëtan Dugas, who claimed to have 2,500 sexual partners all over North America, and who was linked to at least 40 of the earliest cases of AIDS in California and New York. These are the kinds of people who make epidemics of disease tip. Social epidemics work in exactly the same way. They are also driven by the efforts of a handful of exceptional people. In this case, it's not sexual appetites that set them apart. It's things like how sociable they are, or how energetic, or knowledgeable, or influential among their peers. In the case of Hush Puppies, the great mystery is how those shoes went from something worn by a few fashion-forward downtown Manhattan hipsters to being sold in malls across the country. What was the connection between the East Village and Middle America? The law of the few says the answer is that one of these exceptional people found out about the trend and through social connections and energy and enthusiasm and personality spread the word about Hush Puppies, just as people like Gaëtan Dugas and Nushon Williams were able to spread HIV. 2. In Baltimore, when the city's public clinics suffered cutbacks, the nature of the syphilis affecting the city's poor neighborhoods changed. It used to be an acute infection, something that most people could get treated fairly quickly before they had a chance to infect many others. But with the cutbacks, syphilis increasingly became a chronic disease and the disease's carriers had 3 or 4 or 5 times longer to pass on their infection. Epidemics tip because of the extraordinary efforts of a few select carriers. But they also sometimes tip when something happens to transform the epidemic agent itself. This is a well-known principle in virology. The strains of flu that circulate at the beginning of each winter's flu epidemic are quite different from the strains of flu that circulate at the end. The most famous flu epidemic of all, the pandemic of 1918, was first spotted in the spring of that year and was, relatively speaking, quite tame. But over the summer the virus underwent some strange transformation and over the next 6 months ended up killing between 20 and 40 million people worldwide. Nothing had changed in the way in which the virus was being spread. But the virus had suddenly become much more deadly. The Dutch AIDS researcher Jaap Goudsmit argues that this same kind of dramatic transformation happened with HIV. Goudsmit's work focuses on what is known as pneumocystis carinii pneumonia, or PCP. All of us carry the bacterium in our bodies, probably since birth or immediately thereafter. In most of us it is harmless. Our immune systems keep it in check easily. But if something, such as HIV, wipes out our immune system, it becomes so uncontrollable that it can cause a deadly form of pneumonia. PCP is so common among AIDS patients, in fact, that it has come to be seen as an almost certain indication of the presence of the virus. What Goudsmit did was go back in the medical literature and look for cases of PCP, and what he found is quite chilling. Just after World War II, beginning in the Baltic port city of Danzig and spreading through Central Europe, there was an epidemic of PCP that claimed the lives of thousands of small children. Goudsmit has analyzed one of the towns hit hardest by the PCP epidemic, the mining town of Heerlen in the Dutch province of Limburg. Heerlen had a training hospital for midwives called the Kweekschool voor Vrouwen, a single unit of which, the so-called Swedish barrack, was used in the 1950s as a special ward for underweight or premature infants. Between June 1955 and July 1958, 81 infants in the Swedish barrack came down with PCP and 24 died. Goudsmit thinks that this was an early HIV epidemic and that somehow the virus got into the hospital and was spread from child to child by the then, apparently common, practice of using the same needles over and over again for blood transfusions or injections of antibiotics. He writes, most likely at least one adult, probably a coal miner from Poland, Czechoslovakia, or Italy, brought the virus to Limburg. This one adult could have died from AIDS with little notice. He could have transmitted the virus to his wife and offspring. His infected wife or girlfriend could have given birth in a Swedish barrack to a child who was HIV infected but seemingly healthy. Unsterilized needles and syringes could have spread the virus from child to child. The truly strange thing about this story, of course, is that not all of the children died. Only a third did. The others did what today would seem almost impossible. They defeated HIV, purged it from their bodies, and went on to live healthy lives. In other words, the strains of HIV that were circulating back in the 1950s were a lot different from the strains of HIV that circulate today. They were every bit as contagious. But they were weak enough that most people, even small children, were able to fight them off and survive them. The HIV epidemic tipped in the early 1980s, in short, not just because of the enormous changes in sexual behavior in the gay communities that made it possible for the virus to spread rapidly. It also tipped because HIV itself changed. For one reason or another, the virus became a lot deadlier. Once it infected you, you stayed infected. It stuck. This idea of the importance of stickiness in tipping has enormous implications for the way we regard social epidemics as well. We tend to spend a lot of time thinking about how to make messages more contagious, how to reach as many people as possible with our products or ideas. But the hard part of communication is often figuring out how to make sure a message doesn't go in one ear and out the other. Stickiness means that a message makes an impact. You can't get it out of your head. It sticks in your memory. When Winston filter-tip cigarettes were introduced in the spring of 1954, for example, the company came up with the slogan "Winston tastes good like a cigarette should." At the time, the ungrammatical and somehow provocative use of like instead of as created a minor sensation. It was the kind of phrase that people talked about, like the famous Wendy's tagline from 1984, "Where's the beef?" In his history of the cigarette industry, Richard Kluger writes that the marketers at R.J. Reynolds, which sells Winston, were delighted with the attention and made the offending slogan the lyric of a bouncy little jingle on television and radio, and Riley defended their syntax as a colloquialism rather than bad grammar. Within months of its introduction, on the strength of that catchy phrase, Winston tipped, racing past Parliament, Kent, and L&M into second place, behind Viceroy in the American cigarette market. Within a few years, it was the best-selling brand in the country. To this day, if you say to most Americans Winston tastes good, they can finish the phrase like a cigarette should. That's a classically sticky advertising line, and stickiness is a critical component in tipping. Unless you remember what I tell you, why would you ever change your behavior or buy my product or go to see my movie? The stickiness factor says that there are specific ways of making a contagious message memorable. There are relatively simple changes in the presentation and structuring of information that can make a big difference in how much of an impact it makes. 3. Every time someone in Baltimore comes to a public clinic for treatment of syphilis or gonorrhea, John Ziegelman plugs his or her address into his computer so that the case shows up as a little black star on a map of the city. It's rather like a medical version of the maps police departments put up on their walls, with pins marking where crimes have occurred. On Ziegelman's map, the neighborhoods of East and West Baltimore, on either side of the downtown core, tend to be thick with black stars. From those two spots, the cases radiate outward along the two central roadways that happen to cut through both neighborhoods. In the summer, when the incidence of sexually transmitted disease is highest, the clusters of black stars on the roads leading out of East and West Baltimore become thick with cases. The disease is on the move. But in the winter months, the map changes. When the weather turns cold, and the people of East and West Baltimore are much more likely to stay at home, away from the bars and clubs and street corners where sexual transactions are made, the stars in each neighborhood fade away. The seasonal effect on the number of cases is so strong that it is not hard to imagine that a long, hard winter in Baltimore could be enough to slow or lessen substantially, at least for the season, the growth of the syphilis epidemic. Epidemics, Ziegelman's map demonstrates, are strongly influenced by their situation, by the circumstances and conditions and particulars of the environments in which they operate. This much is obvious. What is interesting, though, is how far this principle can be extended. It isn't just prosaic factors like the weather that influence behavior. Even the smallest and subtlest and most unexpected of factors can affect the way we act. One of the most infamous incidents in New York City history, for example, was the 1964 stabbing death of a young Queens woman by the name of Kitty Genovese. Genovese was chased by her assailant and attacked 3 times on the street, over the course of half an hour, as 38 of her neighbors watched from their windows. During that time, however, none of the 38 witnesses called the police. The case provoked rounds of self-recrimination. It became symbolic of the cold and dehumanizing effects of urban life. Abe Rosenthal, who would later become editor of the New York Times, wrote in a book about the case. Nobody can say why the 38 did not lift the phone while Miss Genovese was being attacked, since they cannot say themselves. It can be assumed, however, that their apathy was indeed one of the big city variety. It is almost a matter of psychological survival, if one is surrounded and pressed by millions of people, to prevent them from constantly impinging on you, and the only way to do this is to ignore them as often as possible. Indifference to one's neighbor and his troubles is a conditioned reflex in life in New York as it is in other big cities. This is the kind of environmental explanation that makes intuitive sense to us. The anonymity and alienation of big city life makes people hard and unfeeling. The truth about Genovese, however, turns out to be a little more complicated and more interesting. 2 New York City psychologists, Bibb Latane of Columbia University and John Darley of New York University, subsequently conducted a series of studies to try to understand what they dubbed the bystander problem. They staged emergencies of one kind or another in different situations in order to see who would come and help. What they found, surprisingly, was that the one factor above all else that predicted helping behavior was how many witnesses there were to the event. In one experiment, for example, Latane and Darley had a student alone in a room stage an epileptic fit. When there was just one person next door, listening, that person rushed to the student's aid 85% of the time. But when subjects thought that there were 4 others also overhearing the seizure, they came to the student's aid only 31% of the time. In another experiment, People who saw smoke seeping out from under a doorway would report it 75% of the time when they were on their own, but the incident would be reported only 38% of the time when they were in a group. When people are in a group, in other words, responsibility for acting is diffused. They assume that someone else will make the call, or they assume that because no one else is acting, the apparent problem, the seizure-like sounds from the other room, the smoke from the door, isn't really a problem. In the case of Kitty Genovese, then, social psychologists like Latane and Darley argue, the lesson is not that no one called despite the fact that 38 people heard her scream, it's that no one called because 38 people heard her scream. Ironically, had she been attacked on a lonely street with just one witness, she might have lived. The key to getting people to change their behavior, in other words, to care about their neighbor in distress, sometimes lies with the smallest details of their immediate situation. The power of context says that human beings are a lot more sensitive to their environment than they may seem. 4. The 3 rules of the tipping point, the law of the few, the stickiness factor, the power of context, offer a way of making sense of epidemics. They provide us with direction for how to go about reaching a tipping point. The balance of this book will take these ideas and apply them to other puzzling situations and epidemics from the world around us. How do these 3 rules help us understand teenage smoking, for example, or the phenomenon of word of mouth, or crime, or the rise of a bestseller? The answers may surprise you. The law of the few. Connectors, mavens, and salesmen. On the afternoon of April 18, 1775, a young boy who worked at a livery stable in Boston overheard one British Army officer say to another something about hell to pay tomorrow. The stable boy ran with the news to Boston's North End, to the home of a silversmith named Paul Revere. Revere listened gravely. This was not the first rumor to come his way that day. Earlier, he had been told of an unusual number of British officers gathered on Boston's Long Wharf, talking in low tones. British crewmen had been spotted scurrying about in the boats tethered beneath the HMS Somerset and the HMS Boyne in Boston Harbor. Several other sailors were seen on shore that morning, running what appeared to be last-minute errands. As the afternoon wore on, Revere and his close friend Joseph Warren became more and more convinced that the British were about to make the major move that had long been rumored, to march to the town of Lexington, northwest of Boston, to arrest the colonial leaders John Hancock and Samuel Adams, and then on to the town of Concord to seize the stores of guns and ammunition that some of the local colonial militia had stored there. What happened next has become part of historical legend, a tale told to every American schoolchild. At 10 o'clock that night, Warren and Revere met. They decided they had to warn the communities surrounding Boston that the British were on their way so that local militia could be roused to meet them. Revere was spirited across Boston Harbor to the ferry landing at Charlestown. He jumped on a horse and began his midnight ride to Lexington. In 2 hours, he covered 13 miles. In every town he passed through along the way, Charlestown, Medford, North Cambridge, Menotomy, he knocked on doors and spread the word, telling local colonial leaders of the oncoming British and telling them to spread the word to others. Church bells started ringing. Drums started beating. The news spread like a virus as those informed by Paul Revere sent out riders of their own until alarms were going off throughout the entire region. The word was in Lincoln, Massachusetts, by 1 a.m., in Sudbury by 3, in Andover, 40 miles northwest of Boston, by 5 a.m., and by 9 in the morning had reached as far west as Ashby, near Worcester. When the British finally began their march toward Lexington on the morning of the 19th, their foray into the countryside was met, to their utter astonishment, with organized and fierce resistance. In Concord that day, the British were confronted and soundly beaten by the colonial militia, and from that exchange came the war known as the American Revolution. Paul Revere's ride is perhaps the most famous historical example of a word-of-mouth epidemic. A piece of extraordinary news traveled a long distance in a very short time, mobilizing an entire region to arms. Not all word-of-mouth epidemics are this sensational, of course. But it is safe to say that word of mouth is, even in this age of mass communications and multi-million-dollar advertising campaigns, still the most important form of human communication. Think, for a moment, about the last expensive restaurant you went to, the last expensive piece of clothing you bought, and the last movie you saw. In how many of those cases was your decision about where to spend your money heavily influenced by the recommendation of a friend? There are plenty of advertising executives who think that precisely because of the sheer ubiquity of marketing efforts these days, word-of-mouth appeals have become the only kind of persuasion that most of us respond to anymore. But for all that, word-of-mouth remains very mysterious. People pass on all kinds of information to each other all the time. But it's only in the rare instance that such an exchange ignites a word-of-mouth epidemic. There is a small restaurant in my neighborhood that I love and that I've been telling my friends about for 6 months. But it's still half empty. My endorsement clearly isn't enough to start a word-of-mouth epidemic, yet there are restaurants that to my mind aren't any better than the one in my neighborhood that open and within a matter of weeks are turning customers away. Why is it that some ideas and trends and messages tip and others don't? In the case of Paul Revere's ride, the answer to this seems easy. Revere was carrying a sensational piece of news: the British were coming. But if you look closely at the events of that evening, that explanation doesn't solve the riddle either. At the same time that Revere began his ride north and west of Boston, a fellow revolutionary, a tanner by the name of William Dawes, set out on the same urgent errand, working his way to Lexington via the towns west of Boston. He was carrying the identical message, through just as many towns over just as many miles as Paul Revere. But Dawes's ride didn't set the countryside afire. The local militia leaders weren't alerted. In fact, so few men from one of the main towns he rode through, Waltham, fought the following day that some subsequent historians concluded that it must have been a strongly pro-British community. It wasn't. The people of Waltham just didn't find out the British were coming until it was too late. If it were only the news itself that mattered in a word-of-mouth epidemic, Dawes would now be as famous as Paul Revere. He isn't. So why did Revere succeed where Dawes failed? The answer is that the success of any kind of social epidemic is heavily dependent on the involvement of people with a particular and rare set of social gifts. Revere's news tipped and Dawes's didn't because of the differences between the two men. This is the law of the few, which I briefly outlined in the previous chapter. But there I only gave examples of the kinds of people, highly promiscuous, sexually predatory, who are critical to epidemics of sexually transmitted disease. This chapter is about the people critical to social epidemics and what makes someone like Paul Revere different from someone like William Dawes. These kinds of people are all around us. Yet we often fail to give them proper credit for the role they play in our lives. I call them connectors, mavens, and salesmen. 1. In the late 1960s, the psychologist Stanley Milgram conducted an experiment to find an answer to what is known as the small world problem. The problem is this: how are human beings connected? Do we all belong to separate worlds operating simultaneously but autonomously, so that the links between any two people anywhere in the world are few and distant? Or are we all bound up together in a grand, interlocking web? In a way, Milgram was asking the very same kind of question that began this chapter, namely, how does an idea or a trend or a piece of news, the British are coming, travel through a population? Milgram's idea was to test this question with a chain letter. He got the names of 160 people who lived in Omaha, Nebraska, and mailed each of them a packet. In the packet was the name and address of a stockbroker who worked in Boston and lived in Sharon, Massachusetts. Each person was instructed to write his or her name on the packet and send it on to a friend or acquaintance who he or she thought would get the packet closer to the stockbroker. If you lived in Omaha and had a cousin outside of Boston, for example, you might send it to him on the grounds that, even if your cousin did not himself know the stockbroker, he would be a lot more likely to be able to get to the stockbroker in 2 or 3 or 4 steps. The idea was that when the packet finally arrived at the stockbroker's house, Milgram could look at the list of all those whose hands it went through to get there and establish how closely connected someone chosen at random from one part of the country was to another person in another part of the country. Milgram found that most of the letters reached the stockbroker in 5 or 6 steps. This experiment is where we get the concept of 6 degrees of separation. That phrase is now so familiar that it is easy to lose sight of how surprising Milgram's findings were. Most of us don't have particularly broad and diverse groups of friends. In one well-known study, a group of psychologists asked people living in the Dickman Public Housing Project in northern Manhattan to name their closest friend in the project. 88% of the friends lived in the same building and half lived on the same floor. In general, people chose friends of similar age and race. But if the friend lived down the hall, then age and race became a lot less important. Proximity overpowered similarity. Another study, done on students at the University of Utah, found that if you ask someone why he is friendly with someone else, he'll say it is because he and his friend share similar attitudes. But if you actually quiz the two of them on their attitudes, you'll find out that what they actually share is similar activities. We're friends with the people we do things with, as much as we are with the people we resemble. We don't seek out friends, in other words. We associate with the people who occupy the same small, physical spaces that we do. People in Omaha are not, as a rule, friends with people who live halfway across the country in Sharon, Massachusetts. When I asked an intelligent friend of mine how many steps he thought it would take, he estimated that it would require 100 intermediate persons or more to move from Nebraska to Sharon, Milgram wrote at the time. Many people make somewhat similar estimates and are surprised to learn that only 5 intermediaries will, on average, suffice. Somehow it does not accord with intuition. How did the packet get to Sharon in just 5 steps? The answer is that in the 6 degrees of separation, not all degrees are equal. When Milgram analyzed his experiment, for example, he found that many of the chains from Omaha to Sharon followed the same asymmetrical pattern. 24 letters reached the stockbroker at his home in Sharon, and of those, 16 were given to him by the same person, a clothing merchant Milgram calls Mr. Jacobs. The balance of letters came to the stockbroker at his office, and of those the majority came through 2 other men, whom Milgram calls Mr. Brown and Mr. Jones. In all, half of the responses that came back to the stockbroker were delivered to him by these same 3 people. Think of it. Dozens of people, chosen at random from a large Midwestern city, send out letters independently. Some go through college acquaintances. Some send their letters to relatives. Some send them to old workmates. Everyone has a different strategy. Yet in the end, when all of those separate and idiosyncratic chains were completed, half of those letters ended up in the hands of Jacobs, Jones, and Brown. 6 degrees of separation doesn't mean that everyone is linked to everyone else in just 6 steps. It means that a very small number of people are linked to everyone else in a few steps, and the rest of us are linked to the world through those special few. There is an easy way to explore this idea. Suppose that you made a list of the 40 people whom you would call your circle of friends, not including family and co-workers, and in each case worked backward until you could identify the person who is ultimately responsible for setting in motion the series of connections that led to that friendship. My oldest friend, Bruce, for example, I met in 1st grade, so I'm the responsible party. That's easy. I met my friend Nigel because he lived down the hall in college from my friend Tom, whom I met because in freshman year he invited me to play touch football. Tom is responsible for Nigel. Once you've made all of the connections, the strange thing is that you will find the same names coming up again and again. I have a friend named Amy, whom I met when her friend Katie brought her to a restaurant where I was having dinner one night. I know Katie because she is the best friend of my friend Larissa, whom I know because I was told to look her up by a mutual friend of both of ours, Mike A., whom I know because he went to school with another friend of mine, Mike H., who used to work at a political weekly with my friend Jacob. No Jacob, no Amy. Similarly, I met my friend Sarah S. at my birthday party a year ago, because she was there with a writer named David who was there at the invitation of his agent, Tina, whom I met through my friend Leslie, whom I know because her sister, Nina, is a friend of my friend Ann's, whom I met through my old roommate Maura, who was my roommate because she worked with a writer named Sarah L., who was a college friend of my friend Jacob's. No Jacob, no Sarah S. In fact, when I go down my list of 40 friends, 30 of them, in one way or another, lead back to Jacob. My social circle is, in reality, not a circle. It is a pyramid. And at the top of the pyramid is a single person, Jacob, who is responsible for an overwhelming majority of the relationships that constitute my life. Not only is my social circle not a circle, but it's not mine either. It belongs to Jacob. It's more like a club that he invited me to join. These people who link us up with the world, who bridge Omaha and Sharon, who introduce us to our social circles, these people on whom we rely more heavily than we realize, are connectors, people with a special gift for bringing the world together. 2. What makes someone a connector? The first, and most obvious, criterion is that connectors know lots of people. They are the kinds of people who know everyone. All of us know someone like this. But I don't think that we spend a lot of time thinking about the importance of these kinds of people. I'm not even sure that most of us really believe that the kind of person who knows everyone really knows everyone. But they do. There is a simple way to show this. In the paragraph below is a list of around 250 surnames, all taken at random from the Manhattan phone book. Go down the list and give yourself a point every time you see a surname that is shared by someone you know. The definition of know here is very broad. For example, if you sat down next to that person on a train, you would know their name if they introduced themselves to you, and they would know your name. Multiple names count. If the name is Johnson, in other words, and you know 3 Johnsons, you get 3 points. The idea is that your score on this test should roughly represent how social you are. It's a simple way of estimating how many friends and acquaintances you have. Aldazzi, Alvarez, Alpert, Metrano, Andrews, Arnstein, Ashford, Bailey, Ballout, Bamberger, Baptista, Barr, Barrows, Baskerville, Bassirai, Bell, Bachjes, Brandau, Bravo, Brook, Brightman, Billy, Blau, Bowen, Bone, Borsick, Brendel, Butler, Callie, Cantwell, Carroll, Chinland, Cirker, Cohen, Collis, Couch, Caller, Calcaterra, Cook, Terry, Castle, Chen, Chung, Clark, Cone, Carton, Crowley, Corbella, Delamina, Diaz, Durar, Duncan, Agostino, Delicas, Dillon, Donaghy, Bailey, Dawson, Dury, Ellis, Elliott, Eastman, Easton, Famous, Furman, Fiolko, Finkelstein, Barber, Falcon, Feynman, Friedman, Gardner, Gelpy, Glasscock, Cranfield, Greenbaum, Greenwood, Gruber, Garrell, Goff, Gladwell, Greenup, Gannon, Ganschel, Garcia, Dennis, Gerard, Jarek, Gilbert, Glassman, Blazer, Gomendio, Gonzalez, Greenstein, Guglielmo, Gurman, Haberkorn, Hoskins, Hussein, Ham, Hardwick, Harrell, Hauptmann, Hawkins, Henderson, Heyman, Ibarra, Hedman, Herbst, Hedges, Hogan, Hoffman, Horowitz, Hugh, Huber, Ikiz, Jaroschi, Johann, Jacobs, Jara, Johnson, Castle, Keegan, Kuroda, Kavanel, Keller, Keevel, Key, Kimbrough, Klein, Kossoff, Kotsitsky, Kahn, Kiesler, Koser, Court, Leibowitz, Lin, Blue, Lawrence, Lund, Locke, Leifer, Leung, Levine, Lai, Lockwood, Legrano, Lons, Lewitt, Labor, Leonardi, Martin, McLean, Michaels, Miranda, Moy, Marin, Muir, Murphy, Maradon, Matos, Mendoza, Mureki, Neck, Needham, Noboa, Null, Flynn, O'Neill, Orlowski, Perkins, Pieper, Pierre, Pons, Pruska, Paulino, Popper, Potter, Purpura, Palma, Perez, Porto Carrero, Ponwasi, Rader, Rankin, Ray, Reyes, Richardson, Ritter, Rose, Rosenfeld, Roth, Rutherford, Rustin, Ramos, Regan, Riesman, Renkert, Roberts, Rowan, Rene, Rosario, Rothbart, Zapperstein, Schoenbrod, Schwed, Sears, Statisky, Sutphin, Sheehy, Silverton, Silverman, Silverstein, Tlar, Slotkin, Spuros, Tolman, Sadowski, Schless, Supuro, Sigel, Snow, Spencer, Seinkel, Stewart, Sires, Stoppick, Stonehill, Taste, Tilney, Temple, Turfield, Townsend, Trimpin, Turchin, Villa, Basilov, Voda, Waring, Weber, Weinstein, Wang, Wedgement, Weed, Weishas. I have given this test to at least a dozen groups of people. One was a freshman world civilizations class at City College in Manhattan. The students were all in their late teens or early 20s, many of them recent immigrants to America and of middle and lower income. The average score in that class was 20.96. Meaning that the average person in the class knew 21 people with the same last names as the people on my list. I also gave the test to a group of health educators and academics at a conference in Princeton, New Jersey. This group were mostly in their 40s and 50s, largely white, highly educated, many had PhDs and wealthy. Their average score was 39. Then I gave the test to a relatively random sample of my friends and acquaintances, mostly journalists and professionals in their late 20s and 30s. The average score was 41. These results shouldn't be all that surprising. College students don't have as wide a circle of acquaintances as people in their 40s. It makes sense that between the ages of 20 and 40 the number of people you know should roughly double, and that upper-income professionals should know more people than lower-income immigrants. In every group there was also quite a range between the highest and the lowest scorers. That makes sense too, I think. Real estate salesmen know more people than computer hackers. What was surprising, though, was how enormous that range was. In the college class, the low score was 2 and the high score was 95. In my random sample, the low score was 9 and the high score was 118. Even at the conference in Princeton, which was a highly homogeneous group of people of similar age, education, and income, who were all, with a few exceptions, in the same profession, the range was enormous. The lowest score was 16. The highest score was 108. All told, I have given the test to about 400 people. Of those, there were 24 or so scores under 20, 8 over 90, and 4 more over 100. The other surprising thing is that I found high scorers in every social group I looked at. The scores of the students at City College were less, on average, than adult scores. But even in that group there are people whose social circle is 4 or 5 times the size of other people's. Sprinkled among every walk of life, in other words, are a handful of people with a truly extraordinary knack of making friends and acquaintances. They are connectors. One of the highest scorers on my acquaintance survey was a man named Roger Horkow, who is a successful businessman from Dallas. Horkow founded the Horkow Collection, a high-end mail-order merchandise company. He has also enjoyed considerable success on Broadway, backing such hits as Les Miserables and Phantom of the Opera and producing the award-winning Gershwin musical Crazy for You. I was introduced to Horkow through his daughter, who is a friend of mine, and I went to see him in his Manhattan pied-à-terre, an elegant apartment high above Fifth Avenue. Horkow is slender and composed. He talks slowly, with a slight Texas drawl. He has a kind of wry, ironic charm that is utterly winning. If you sat next to Roger Horkow on a plane ride across the Atlantic, he would start talking as the plane taxied to the runway, you would be laughing by the time the seatbelt sign was turned off, and when you landed at the other end you'd wonder where the time went. When I gave Horkow the list of names from the Manhattan directory, he went through the list very quickly, muttering names under his breath as his pencil skimmed the page. He scored 98. I suspect that had I given him another 10 minutes to think, he would have scored even higher. Why did Horkow do so well? When I met him, I became convinced that knowing lots of people was a kind of skill, something that someone might set out to do deliberately and that could be perfected, and that those techniques were central to the fact that he knew everyone. I kept asking Horkow how all of the connections in his life had helped him in the business world, because I thought that the two things had to be linked, but the question seemed to puzzle him. It wasn't that his connections hadn't helped him. It was that he didn't think of his people collection as a business strategy. He just thought of it as something he did. It was who he was. Horkow has an instinctive and natural gift for making social connections. He's not aggressive about it. He's not one of those overly social, backslapping types for whom the process of acquiring acquaintances is obvious and self-serving. He's more an observer, with the dry, knowing manner of someone who likes to remain a little bit on the outside. He simply likes people in a genuine and powerful way, and he finds the patterns of acquaintanceship and interaction in which people arrange themselves to be endlessly fascinating. When I met with Horkow, he explained to me how he won the rights to revive the Gershwin musical Girl Crazy as Crazy for You. The full story took 20 minutes. This is just a portion. If it seems at all calculating, it shouldn't. Horkow told this story with a gentle, self-mocking air. He was, I think, deliberately playing up the idiosyncrasies of his personality. But as a portrait of how his mind works, and of what makes someone a connector, I think it's perfectly accurate. I have a friend named Mickey Skeenan, who lives in New York. He said, I know you love Gershwin. I have met George Gershwin's old girlfriend. Her name is Emily Paley. She was also the sister of Ira Gershwin's wife, Lenore. She lives in the Village and she has invited us to dinner. So anyway, I met Emily Paley, and I saw a picture Gershwin had painted of her. Her husband, Lou Paley, wrote with Ira Gershwin and George Gershwin early on when Ira Gershwin still called himself Arthur Francis. That was one link. I had lunch with a fellow called Leopold Godowsky, who is the son of Frances Gershwin, George Gershwin's sister. She married a composer named Godowsky. Arthur Gershwin's son was also there. His name is Mark Gershwin. So they said, well, why should we let you have the rights to Girl Crazy? Who are you? You've never been in the theater. So then I started pulling out my coincidences. Your Aunt Emily Paley. I went to her house. The picture with her in the red shawl, you've seen that picture? I pulled out all the little links. Then we all went to Hollywood and we went over to Mrs. Gershwin's house and I said, I'm so happy to meet you. I knew your sister. I loved your husband's work. Oh, and then I pulled out my Los Angeles friend. When I was at Neiman Marcus, a lady wrote a cookbook. Her name was Mildred Knopf. Her husband was Edwin Knopf, the movie producer. He did Audrey Hepburn stuff. His brother was the publisher. We introduced her cookbook in Dallas, and Mildred became a good friend. We just loved her, and when I was in LA I would call on her. I always keep up with people. Well, it turns out Edwin Knopf was George Gershwin's closest friend. They had Gershwin's pictures all over their house. He was with Gershwin when he wrote Rhapsody in Blue in Asheville, North Carolina. Mr. Knopf died. But Mildred's still living. She's 98 now. So when I went to see Lee Gershwin, we mentioned that we had just been to see Mildred Knopf. She said, "You know her." "Oh, why haven't we met before?" She gave us the rights immediately. In the course of our conversation, Horkow did this over and again, delighting in tying together the loose ends of a lifetime. For his 70th birthday, he attempted to track down a friend from elementary school named Bobby Hunsicker, whom he hadn't seen in 60 years. He sent letters to every Bobby Hunsicker he could find, asking them if they were the Hunsicker who lived at 4501 Perth Lane in Cincinnati. This is not normal social behavior. It's a little unusual. Horkow collects people the same way others collect stamps. He remembers the boys he played with 60 years ago, the address of his best friend growing up, the name of the man his college girlfriend had a crush on when she spent her junior year overseas. These details are critical to Horkow. He keeps on his computer a roster of 1,600 names and addresses, and on each entry is a note describing the circumstances under which he met the person. When we were talking, he took out a little red pocket diary. "If I met you and like you and you happen to mention your birthday, I write it in and you'll get a birthday card from Roger Horkow. See here, Monday was Ginger Vroom's birthday, and the Wittenbergs' first anniversary. And Alan Schwartz's birthday is Friday and our yard man's is Saturday." Most of us, I think, shy away from this kind of cultivation of acquaintances. We have our circle of friends, to whom we are devoted. Acquaintances we keep at arm's length. The reason we don't send birthday cards to people we don't really care a great deal about is that we don't want to feel obliged to have dinner with them or see a movie with them or visit them when they're sick. The purpose of making an acquaintance, for most of us, is to evaluate whether we want to turn that person into a friend. We don't feel we have the time or the energy to maintain meaningful contact with everyone. Horkow is quite different. The people he puts in his diary or on his computer are acquaintances, people he might run into only once a year or once every few years, and he doesn't shy away from the obligation that connection requires. He has mastered what sociologists call the weak tie, a friendly yet casual social connection. More than that, he's happy with the weak tie. After I met Horkow, I felt slightly frustrated. I wanted to know him better, but I wondered whether I would ever have the chance. I don't think he shared the same frustration with me. I think he's someone who sees value and pleasure in a casual meeting. Why is Horkow so different from the rest of us? He doesn't know. He thinks it has something to do with being an only child whose father was often away. But that doesn't really explain it. Perhaps it is best to call the connector impulse simply that, an impulse, just one of the many personality traits that distinguish one human being from another. 3. Connectors are important for more than simply the number of people they know. Their importance is also a function of the kinds of people they know. Perhaps the best way to understand this point is through the popular parlor game 6 Degrees of Kevin Bacon. The idea behind the game is to try to link any actor or actress, through the movies they've been in, to the actor Kevin Bacon in less than 6 steps. So, for example, O.J. Simpson was in Naked Gun with Priscilla Presley, who was in Ford Fairlane with Gilbert Gottfried, who was in Beverly Hills Cop 2 with Paul Reiser, who was in Diner with Kevin Bacon. That's 4 steps. Mary Pickford was in Screen Snapshots with Clark Gable, who was in Combat America with Tony Romano, who, 35 years later, was in Starting Over with Bacon. That's 3 steps. Recently, a computer scientist at the University of Virginia by the name of Brett Todden actually sat down and figured out what the average Bacon number is for the 250,000 or so actors and actresses who have played in television films or major motion pictures and came up with 2.8312 steps. Anyone who has ever acted, in other words, can be linked to Bacon in an average of under 3 steps. That sounds impressive, except that Todden then went back and performed an even more heroic calculation, figuring out what the average degree of connectedness was for everyone who had ever acted in Hollywood. For example, how many steps on average does it take to link everyone in Hollywood to Robert De Niro or Shirley Temple or Adam Sandler? Todden found that when he listed all Hollywood actors in order of their connectedness, Bacon ranked only 669th. Martin Sheen, by contrast, can be connected to every other actor in 2.63681 steps, which puts him almost 650 places higher than Bacon. Elliot Gould can be connected even more quickly, in 2.63601. Among the top 15 are people like Robert Mitchum and Gene Hackman and Donald Sutherland and Shelley Winters and Burgess Meredith. The best connected actor of all time. Rod Steiger. Why is Kevin Bacon so far behind these actors? One big factor is that Bacon is a lot younger than most of them and as a result has made fewer movies. But that explains only some of the difference. There are lots of people, for example, who have made lots of movies and aren't particularly well connected. John Wayne, for example, made an extraordinary 179 movies in his 60-year career and still ranks only 116th at 2.7173. The problem is that more than half of John Wayne's movies were westerns, meaning that he made the same kind of movie with the same kind of actors over and over again. But take someone like Steiger, he has made great movies like The Oscar-winning On the Waterfront and dreadful movies like Carpool. He won an Oscar for his role in the Heat of the Night and also made B movies so bad they went straight to video. He's played Mussolini, Napoleon, Pontius Pilate, and Al Capone. He's been in 38 dramas, 12 crime pictures and comedies, 11 thrillers, 8 action films, 7 westerns, 6 war movies, 4 documentaries, 3 horror flicks, 2 sci-fi films, and a musical, among others. Rod Steiger is the best connected actor in history because he has managed to move up and down and back and forth among all the different worlds and subcultures and niches and levels that the acting profession has to offer. This is what connectors are like. They are the Rod Steigers of everyday life. They are people whom all of us can reach in only a few steps because, for one reason or another, they manage to occupy many different worlds and subcultures and niches. In Steiger's case, of course, his high connectedness is a function of his versatility as an actor and, in all likelihood, some degree of good luck. But in the case of connectors, their ability to span many different worlds is a function of something intrinsic to their personality, some combination of curiosity, self-confidence, sociability, and energy. I once met a classic connector in Chicago by the name of Lois Weisberg. Weisberg serves as the Commissioner of Cultural Affairs for the city of Chicago. But that is only the latest in what has been an extraordinary string of experiences and careers. In the early 1950s, for example, Weisberg ran a drama troupe in Chicago. In 1956, she decided to stage a festival to mark the centenary of George Bernard Shaw's birth, and then began putting out a newspaper devoted to Shaw, which mutated into an underground, alternative weekly called The Paper. On Friday nights, people from all over the city would gather there for editorial meetings. William Friedkin, who would go on to direct The French Connection and The Exorcist, was a regular, as was the attorney Elmer Gertz, who was one of Nathan Leopold's attorneys, and some of the editors from Playboy, which was just up the street. People like Art Farmer and Thelonious Monk and John Coltrane and Lenny Bruce would stop by when they were in town. Bruce actually lived with Weisberg for a while. My mother was hysterical about it, especially one day when she rang the doorbell and he answered in a bath towel, Weisberg says. We had a window on the porch, and he didn't have a key, so the window was always left open for him. There were a lot of rooms in that house, and a lot of people stayed there and I didn't know they were there. I never could stand his jokes. I didn't really like his act. I couldn't stand all the words he was using. After the paper folded, Lois took a job doing public relations for an injury rehabilitation institute. From there, she went to work for a public interest law firm called BPI, and while at BPI she became obsessed with the fact that Chicago's parks were crumbling and neglected, so she gathered together a motley collection of nature lovers, historians, civic activists, and housewives and founded a lobbying group called Friends of the Parks. Then she became alarmed because a commuter railroad that ran along the south shore of Lake Michigan, from South Bend to Chicago, was about to shut down. So she gathered together a motley collection of railway enthusiasts, environmentalists, and commuters and founded South Shore Recreation and saved the railroad. Then she became executive director of the Chicago Council of Lawyers, a progressive legal group. Then she ran a local congressman's campaign. Then she got the position of director of special events for the first black mayor of Chicago, Harold Washington. Then she quit government and opened a small stand in a flea market. Then she went to work for Mayor Richard Daley, where she is to this day, as Chicago's Commissioner of Cultural Affairs. If you go through that history and keep count, the number of worlds that Lois has belonged to comes to 8, the actors, the writers, the doctors, the lawyers, the park lovers, the politicians, the railroad buffs, and the flea market aficionados. When I asked Weisberg to make her own list, she came up with 10, because she added the architects and the hospitality industry people she works with in her current job. But she was probably being modest, because if you looked harder at Weisberg's life you could probably subdivide her experiences into 15 or 20 worlds. They aren't separate worlds, though. The point about connectors is that by having a foot in so many different worlds, they have the effect of bringing them all together. Once, and this would have been in the mid-1950s, Weisberg took the train to New York to attend on a whim the science fiction writers' convention, where she met a young writer by the name of Arthur C. Clarke. Clarke took a shine to Weisberg, and next time he was in Chicago he called her up. He was at a pay phone, Weisberg recalls. He said, "Is there anyone in Chicago I should meet?" I told him to come over to my house. Weisberg has a low, raspy voice, baked hard by half a century of nicotine, and she pauses between sentences to give herself the opportunity for a quick puff. Even when she's not smoking, she pauses anyway, as if to keep in practice for those moments when she is. I called Bob Hughes. Bob Hughes was one of the people who wrote for my paper. Pause. I said, "Do you know anyone in Chicago interested in talking to Arthur Clarke?" He said, "Yeah, Isaac Asimov is in town. And this guy Robert Heinlein." So they all came over and sat in my study. Pause. Then they called over to me and they said, "Lois." I can't remember the word they used. They had some word for me. It was something about how I was the kind of person who brings people together. This is in some ways the archetypal Lois Weisberg story. First she reaches out to someone outside her world. She was in drama at the time. Arthur Clarke wrote science fiction. Then, equally important, that person responds to her. Lots of us reach out to those different from ourselves, or to those more famous or successful than we are, but that gesture isn't always reciprocated. Then there's the fact that when Arthur Clarke comes to Chicago and wants to be connected, to be linked up with someone else, Weisberg comes up with Isaac Asimov. She says it was a fluke that Asimov was in town. But if it wasn't Asimov, it would have been someone else. One of the things that people remember about Weisberg's Friday night salons back in the 1950s was that they were always effortlessly, racially integrated. The point is not that without that salon blacks wouldn't have socialized with whites on the north side. It was rare back then, but it happened. The point is that when blacks socialized with whites in the 1950s in Chicago, it didn't happen by accident. It happened because a certain kind of person made it happen. That's what Asimov and Clarke meant when they said that Weisberg has this thing, whatever it is, that brings people together. She doesn't have any kind of snobbery, says Wendy Wilrich, who used to work for Weisberg. I once went with her on a trip to someone's professional photography studio. People write her letters and she looks at all of her mail, and the guy who owned the studio invited her out and she said yes. He was basically a wedding photographer. She decided to check it out. I was thinking, oh my god, do we have to hike out 45 minutes to this studio? It was out by the airport. This is the Commissioner of Cultural Affairs for the city of Chicago we're talking about. But she thought he was incredibly interesting. Was he actually interesting? Who knows? The point is that Lois found him interesting, because, in some way, she finds everyone interesting. Weisberg, one of her friends told me, always says, "Oh, I've met the most wonderful person. You are going to love her," and she is as enthused about this person as she was about the first person she has met, and you know what? She's usually right. Helen Doria, another of her friends, told me that Lois sees things in you that you don't even see in yourself, which is another way of saying the same thing, that by some marvelous quirk of nature, Lois and the other people like her have some instinct that helps them relate to the people they meet. When Weisberg looks out at the world, or when Roger Horkow sits next to you on an airplane, they don't see the same world that the rest of us see. They see possibility, and while most of us are busily choosing whom we would like to know and rejecting the people who don't look right or who live out near the airport, or whom we haven't seen in 65 years, Lois and Roger like them all. 4. There is a very good example of the way connectors function in the work of the sociologist Mark Granovetter. In his classic 1974 study Getting a Job, Granovetter looked at several hundred professional and technical workers from the Boston suburb of Newton, interviewing them in some detail on their employment history. He found that 56% of those he talked to found their job through a personal connection. Another 18.8% used formal means, advertisements, headhunters, and roughly 20% applied directly. This much is not surprising. The best way to get in the door is through a personal contact. But, curiously, Granovetter found that of those personal connections, the majority were weak ties. Of those who used a contact to find a job, only 16.7% saw that contact often, as they would if the contact were a good friend, and 55.6% saw their contact only occasionally. 28% saw the contact rarely. People weren't getting their jobs through their friends. They were getting them through their acquaintances. Why is this? Granovetter argues that it is because when it comes to finding out about new jobs, or, for that matter, new information, or new ideas, weak ties are always more important than strong ties. Your friends, after all, occupy the same world that you do. They might work with you, or live near you, and go to the same churches, schools, or parties. How much, then, would they know that you wouldn't know? Your acquaintances, on the other hand, by definition occupy a very different world than you. They are much more likely to know something that you don't. To capture this apparent paradox, Granovetter coined a marvelous phrase, the strength of weak ties. Acquaintances, in short, represent a source of social power, and the more acquaintances you have, the more powerful you are. Connectors like Lois Weisberg and Roger Horkow, who are masters of the weak tie, are extraordinarily powerful. We rely on them to give us access to opportunities and worlds to which we don't belong. This principle holds for more than just jobs, of course. It also holds for restaurants, movies, fashion trends, or anything else that moves by word of mouth. It isn't just the case that the closer someone is to a connector, the more powerful or the wealthier or the more opportunities he or she gets. It's also the case that the closer an idea or a product comes to a connector, the more power and opportunity it has as well. Could this be one of the reasons Hush Puppies suddenly became a major fashion trend? Along the way from the East Village to Middle America, a connector or a series of connectors must have suddenly become enamored of them, and through their enormous social connections, their long lists of weak ties, their role in multiple worlds and subcultures, they must have been able to take those shoes and send them in 1,000 directions at once, to make them really tip. Hush Puppies, in a sense then, got lucky. And perhaps one of the reasons why so many fashion trends don't make it into mainstream America is that simply, by sheerest bad fortune, they never happen to meet the approval of a connector along the way. Horkow's daughter, Sally, told me a story of how she once took her father to a new Japanese restaurant where a friend of hers was a chef. Horkow liked the food, and so when he went home he turned on his computer, pulled up the names of acquaintances who lived nearby, and faxed them notes telling them of a wonderful new restaurant he had discovered and that they should try it. This is, in a nutshell, what word of mouth is. It's not me telling you about a new restaurant with great food, and you telling a friend and that friend telling a friend. Word of mouth begins when somewhere along that chain, someone tells a person like Roger Horkow. 5. Here, then, is the explanation for why Paul Revere's Midnight Ride started a word-of-mouth epidemic and William Dawes's ride did not. Paul Revere was the Roger Horkow or the Lois Weisberg of his day. He was a connector. He was, for example, gregarious and intensely social. When he died, his funeral was attended, in the words of one contemporary newspaper account, by troops of people. He was a fisherman and a hunter, a card player and a theater lover, a frequenter of pubs and a successful businessman. He was active in the local Masonic lodge and was a member of several select social clubs. He was also a doer, a man blessed, as David Hackett Fisher recounts in his brilliant book Paul Revere's Ride, with an uncanny genius for being at the center of events. Fisher writes, when Boston imported its first streetlights in 1774, Paul Revere was asked to serve on the committee that made the arrangement. When the Boston market required regulation, Paul Revere was appointed its clerk. After the Revolution, in a time of epidemics, he was chosen health officer of Boston and coroner of Suffolk County. When a major fire ravaged the old wooden town, he helped to found the Massachusetts Mutual Fire Insurance Company, and his name was first to appear on its charter of incorporation. As poverty became a growing problem in the new republic, he called the meeting that organized the Massachusetts Charitable Mechanic Association, and was elected its first president. When the community of Boston was shattered by the most sensational murder trial of his generation, Paul Revere was chosen foreman of the jury. Had Revere been given a list of 250 surnames drawn at random from the Boston census of 1775, there is no question he would have scored well over 100. After the Boston Tea Party in 1773, when the anger of the American colonists against their British rulers began to spill over, dozens of committees and congresses of angry colonists sprang up around New England. They had no formal organization or established means of community. But Paul Revere quickly emerged as a link between all those far-flung revolutionary dots. He would routinely ride down to Philadelphia or New York, or up to New Hampshire, carrying messages from one group to another. Within Boston as well, he played a special role. There were, in the Revolutionary years, 7 groups of Whigs revolutionaries in Boston, comprising some 255 men. Most of the men, over 80%, belonged to just one group. No one was a member of all 7. Only 2 men were members of as many as 5 of the groups. Paul Revere was one of those 2. It is not surprising, then, that when the British Army began its secret campaign in 1774 to root out and destroy the stores of arms and ammunition held by the fledgling revolutionary movement, Revere became a kind of unofficial clearinghouse for the anti-British forces. He knew everybody. He was the logical one to go to if you were a stable boy on the afternoon of April 18, 1775, and overheard 2 British officers talking about how there would be hell to pay on the following afternoon. Nor is it surprising that when Revere set out for Lexington that night, he would have known just how to spread the news as far and wide as possible. When he saw people on the roads, he was so naturally and irrepressibly social he would have stopped and told them. When he came upon a town, he would have known exactly whose door to knock on, who the local militia leader was, who the key players in town were. He had met most of them before. And they knew and respected him as well. But William Dawes? Fisher finds it inconceivable that Dawes could have ridden all 17 miles to Lexington and not spoken to anyone along the way. But he clearly had none of the social gifts of Revere, because there is almost no record of anyone who remembers him that night. Along Paul Revere's northern route, the town leaders and company captains instantly triggered the alarm, Fisher writes. On the southerly circuit of William Dawes, that did not happen until later. In at least one town it did not happen at all. Dawes did not awaken the town fathers or militia commanders in the towns of Biddulph, Brookline, Watertown, or Waltham. Why? Because Biddulph, Brookline, Watertown, and Waltham were not Boston. And Dawes was in all likelihood a man with a normal social circle, which means that, like most of us, once he left his hometown he probably wouldn't have known whose door to knock on. Only one small community along Dawes's ride appeared to get the message, a few farmers in a neighborhood called Waltham Farms. But alerting just those few houses wasn't enough to tip the alarm. Word-of-mouth epidemics are the work of connectors. William Dawes was just an ordinary man. 6. It would be a mistake, however, to think that connectors are the only people who matter in a social epidemic. Roger Horkow sent out a dozen faxes promoting his daughter's friend's new restaurant. But he didn't discover that restaurant. Someone else did and told him about it. At some point in the rise of Hush Puppies, the shoes were discovered by connectors who broadcast the return of Hush Puppies far and wide. But who told the connectors about Hush Puppies? It's possible that connectors learn about new information by an entirely random process, that because they know so many people they get access to new things wherever they pop up. If you look closely at social epidemics, however, it becomes clear that just as there are people we rely upon to connect us to other people, there are also people we rely upon to connect us with new information. There are people specialists, and there are information specialists. Sometimes, of course, these two specialties are one and the same. Part of the particular power of Paul Revere, for example, was that he wasn't just a networker. He wasn't just the man with the biggest Rolodex in colonial Boston. He was also actively engaged in gathering information about the British. In the fall of 1774, he set up a secret group that met regularly at the Green Dragon Tavern with the express purpose of monitoring British troop movements. In December of that year, the group learned that the British intended to seize a cache of ammunition being stored by a colonial militia near the entrance to Portsmouth Harbor, 50 miles north of Boston. On the icy morning of December 13th, Revere rode north through deep snow to warn the local militia that the British were on their way. He helped find out the intelligence, and he passed it on. Paul Revere was a connector. But he was also, and this is the second of the three kinds of people who control word-of-mouth epidemics, a maven. The word maven comes from the Yiddish, and it means one who accumulates knowledge. In recent years, economists have spent a great deal of time studying mavens, for the obvious reason that if marketplaces depend on information, the people with the most information must be the most important. For example, sometimes when a supermarket wants to increase sales of a given product, they'll put a promotion sticker in front of it, saying something like everyday low price. The price will stay the same. The product will just be featured more prominently. When they do that, supermarkets find that invariably the sales of the product will go through the roof, the same way they would if the product had actually been put on sale. This is, when you think about it, a potentially disturbing piece of information. The whole premise behind sales, or supermarket specials, is that we, as consumers, are very aware of the prices of things and will react accordingly. We buy more in response to lower prices and less in response to higher prices. But if we'll buy more of something even if the price hasn't been lowered, then what's to stop supermarkets from never lowering their prices? What's to stop them from cheating us with meaningless everyday low price signs every time we walk in? The answer is that although most of us don't look at prices, every retailer knows that a very small number of people do, and if they find something amiss, a promotion that's not really a promotion, they'll do something about it. If a store tried to pull the sales stunt too often, these are the people who would figure it out and complain to management and tell their friends and acquaintances to avoid the store. These are the people who keep the marketplace honest. In the 10 years or so since this group was first identified, economists have gone to great lengths to understand them. They have found them in every walk of life and in every socioeconomic group. One name for them is price vigilantes. The other, more common, name for them is market mavens. Linda Price, a marketing professor at the University of Nebraska and a pioneer in maven research, has made videotapes of interviews she's done with a number of mavens. In one, a very well-dressed man talks with great animation about how he goes about shopping. Here is the segment, in full. Because I follow the financial pages closely, I start to see trends. A classic example is with coffee. When the first coffee crunch came 10 years ago, I had been following the thing about Brazilian frost and what it would do to the long-term price of coffee, and so I said I'm going to stockpile coffee. At this point in the interview, an enormous smile breaks across the man's face. I ended up with probably somewhere between 35 and 40 cans of coffee. And I got them at these ridiculous prices when the 3-pound cans were $2.79 and $2.89. Today it's about $6 for a 3-pound can. I had fun doing that. Do you see the level of obsession here? He can remember prices, to the sense, of cans of coffee he bought 10 years ago. The critical thing about mavens, though, is that they aren't passive collectors of information. It isn't just that they are obsessed with how to get the best deal on a can of coffee. What sets them apart is that once they figure out how to get that deal, they want to tell you about it too. A maven is a person who has information on a lot of different products or prices or places. This person likes to initiate discussions with consumers and respond to requests, Price says. They like to be helpers in the marketplace. They distribute coupons. They take you shopping. They go shopping for you. They distribute about 4 times as many coupons as other people. This is the person who connects people to the marketplace and has the inside scoop on the marketplace. They know where the bathroom is in retail stores. That's the kind of knowledge they have. They are more than experts. An expert, says Price, will talk about, say, cars because they love cars. But they don't talk about cars because they love you and want to help you with your decision. The market maven will. They are more socially motivated. Price says that well over half of Americans know a maven, or someone close to the maven's description. She herself, in fact, based the concept around someone she met when she was in graduate school, a man so memorable that his personality serves as the basis for what is now an entire field of research in the marketing world. I was doing my PhD at the University of Texas, Price said. At the time I didn't realize it, but I met the perfect maven. He's Jewish and it was Easter and I was looking for a ham and I asked him. And he said, well, you know I am Jewish, but here's the deli you should go to and here's the price you should pay. Price started laughing at the memory. You should look him up. His name is Mark Alpert. 7. Mark Alpert is a slender, energetic man in his 50s. He has dark hair and a prominent nose and two small, burning, intelligent eyes. He talks quickly and precisely and with absolute authority. He's the kind of person who doesn't say that it was hot yesterday. He would say that we had a high of 87 degrees yesterday. He doesn't walk up stairs. He runs up them, like a small boy. He gives the sense that he is interested in and curious about everything, that, even at his age, if you gave him a children's chemistry set he would happily sit down right then and there and create some strange new concoction. Alpert grew up in the Midwest, the son of a man who ran the first discount store in northern Minnesota. He got his doctorate from the University of Southern California and now teaches at the University of Texas School of Business Administration. But there is really no connection between his status as an economist and his mavenism. Were Alpert a plumber, he would be just as exacting and thorough and knowledgeable about the ways of the marketplace. We met over lunch at a restaurant on the lakefront in Austin. I got there first and chose a table. He got there second and persuaded me to move to another table, which he said was better. It was. I asked him about how he buys whatever he buys, and he began to talk. He explained why he has cable TV as opposed to a dish. He gave me the inside scoop on Leonard Maltin's new movie guide. He gave me the name of a contact at the Park Central Hotel in Manhattan who is very helpful in getting a great deal. Malcolm, the hotel is $99. And the rack rate is $189. He explained what a rack rate is. The initial, but soft, retail asking price for a hotel room. He pointed at my tape recorder. I think your tape is finished, he said. It was. He explained why I should not buy an Audi. They're Germans, so it's a pain dealing with them. For a while they would give you an under-the-counter warranty, but they don't anymore. The dealer network is small, so it's hard to get service. I love driving them. I don't like owning them. What I should drive, he told me, is a Mercury Mystique because they drive like a much more expensive European sedan. They aren't selling well, so you can get a good deal. You go to a fleet buyer. You go in on the 25th of the month. You know this. Then he launched into an impossibly long, sometimes hilarious, description of the several months he took to buy a new TV. If you or I had gone through the same experience, which involved sending televisions back and laborious comparison of the tiniest electronic details and warranty fine print, I suspect we would have found it hellish. Alpert, apparently, found it exhilarating. Mavens, according to Price, are the kinds of people who are avid readers of Consumer Reports. Alpert is the kind of maven who writes to Consumer Reports to correct them. One time they said that the Audi 4000 was based on the Volkswagen Dasher. This was the late 1970s. But the Audi 4000 is a bigger car. I wrote them a letter. Then there was the Audi 5000 fiasco. Consumer Reports put them on their list of thou shalt not buy because of this sudden acceleration problem. But I read up on the problem in the literature and came to believe it was bogus. So I wrote them and I said, you really ought to look into this. I gave them some information to consider. But I didn't hear back from them. It annoyed the hell out of me. They are supposed to be beyond that. He shook his head in disgust. He had out Maven the Maven Bible. Alpert is not, it should be said, an obnoxious know-it-all. It's easy to see how he could be, of course. Even Alpert is aware of that. I was standing next to a kid in the supermarket who had to show his ID to buy cigarettes, Alpert told me. I was very tempted to tell him I was diagnosed with lung cancer. In a way, that desire to be of service and influence, whatever it is, can be taken too far. You can become nosy. I try to be a very passive maven. You have to remember that it's their decision. It's their life. What saves him is that you never get the sense that he's showing off. There's something automatic, reflexive, about his level of involvement in the marketplace. It's not an act. It's very similar to the social instinct of Horkow and Weisberg. At one point Alpert launched into a complicated story of how to make the best use of coupons in renting videos at Blockbuster. Then he stopped himself, as if he realized what he was saying, and burst out laughing. Look, you can save a whole $1. In a year's time I could probably save enough for a whole bottle of wine. Alpert is almost pathologically helpful. He can't help himself. A maven is someone who wants to solve other people's problems, generally by solving his own, Alpert said, which is true, although what I suspect is that the opposite is also true, that a maven is someone who solves his own problems, his own emotional needs, by solving other people's problems. Something in Alpert was fulfilled in knowing that I would thereafter buy a television, or a car, or rent a hotel room in New York armed with the knowledge he had given me. Mark Alpert is a wonderfully unselfish man, Lee McAllister, a colleague of his at the University of Texas, told me. I would say he saved me $15,000 when I first came to Austin. He helped me negotiate the purchase of a house, because he understands the real estate game. I needed to get a washer and dryer. He got me a deal. I needed to get a car. I wanted to get a Volvo because I wanted to be just like Mark. Then he showed me an online service that had the prices of Volvos all over the state of Texas and went with me to buy the car. He helped me through the maze of all the retirement plans at the University of Texas. He simplified everything. He has everything processed. That's Mark Alpert. That's a market maven. God bless him. He's what makes the American system great. 8. What makes people like Mark Alpert so important in starting epidemics? Obviously they know things that the rest of us don't. They read more magazines than the rest of us, more newspapers, and they may be the only people who read junk mail. Mark Alpert happens to be a connoisseur of electronic equipment. If there was a breakthrough new television or video camera, and you were a friend of his, you can bet you would hear all about it quickly. Mavens have the knowledge and the social skills to start word-of-mouth epidemics. What sets mavens apart, though, is not so much what they know but how they pass it along. The fact that mavens want to help, for no other reason than because they like to help, turns out to be an awfully effective way of getting someone's attention. This is surely part of the explanation for why Paul Revere's message was so powerful on the night of his midnight ride. News of the British March did not come by fax, or by means of a group email. It wasn't broadcast on the nightly news, surrounded by commercials. It was carried by a man, a volunteer, riding on a cold night with no personal agenda other than a concern for the liberty of his peers. With Hush Puppies as well, perhaps the shoes caught the attention of connectors precisely because they weren't part of any self-conscious commercial fashion trend. Maybe a fashion maven went to the East Village, looking for new ideas, and found out that you could get these really cool old Hush Puppies at a certain thrift store for a very good price and told his friends, who bought the shoes for themselves, because there is something about the personal, disinterested, expert opinion of a maven that makes us all sit up and listen. And why are the Zagat restaurant guides so popular? Partly it is because they are a convenient guide to all the restaurants in a given town. But their real power derives from the fact that the reviews are the reports of volunteers, of diners who want to share their opinions with others. Somehow that represents a more compelling recommendation than the opinion of an expert whose job it is to rate restaurants. When I was talking to Alpert, I happened to mention that I was going to be in Los Angeles in a few weeks. There is a place I really like, in Westwood, he said, without hesitation. The Century Wilshire. It's a European bed and breakfast. They have very nice rooms. A heated pool. Underground parking. Last time I was there, 5-6 years ago, rooms started in the 70s and junior suites were $110. They'll give you a rate for a week. They've got an 800 number. Since he was, after all, the maven, I stayed at the Century Wilshire when I was in LA, and it was everything he said it was and more. Within a few weeks of coming home, I had, completely out of character, I might add, recommended the Century Wilshire to 2 friends of mine, and within the month 2 more, and as I began to imagine how many people of those I told about the hotel had told about the hotel, and how many people like me Mark Alpert had himself told about the hotel, I realized that I had stepped into the middle of a little Mark Alpert-generated, word-of-mouth epidemic. Alpert, of course, probably doesn't know as many people as a connector like Roger Horkow, so he doesn't quite have the same raw transmission power. But then again, if Roger Horkow talked to you on the eve of a trip to Los Angeles, he might not give you advice on where to stay. Alpert always would. And if Horkow did make a recommendation, you might take him up on it or you might not. You would take the advice as seriously as you take advice from any friend. But if Mark Alpert gave you advice, you would always take it. A connector might tell 10 friends where to stay in Los Angeles, and half of them might take his advice. A maven might tell 5 people where to stay in Los Angeles but make the case for the hotel so emphatically that all of them would take his advice. These are different personalities at work acting for different reasons. But they both have the power to spark word-of-mouth epidemics. 9. The one thing that a maven is not is a persuader. Alpert's motivation is to educate and to help. He's not the kind of person who wants to twist your arm. As we talked, in fact, there were several key moments when he seemed to probe me for information, to find out what I knew, so he could add it to his own formidable database. To be a maven is to be a teacher. But it is also, even more emphatically, to be a student. Mavens are really information brokers, sharing and trading what they know. For a social epidemic to start, though, some people are actually going to have to be persuaded to do something. A good number of the young people who bought Hush Puppies, for instance, were people who once upon a time wouldn't have been caught dead in them. Similarly, after Paul Revere had passed on his news, you can imagine that all of the men in the militia movement gathered around and made plans to confront the British the following morning. But it can't have been an automatic process. Some people were probably gung-ho. Some may have doubted the wisdom of confronting a trained, professional army with a homegrown militia. Others, who may not have known Revere personally, might have been skeptical about the accuracy of his information. That almost everyone, in the end, fell in line is something that we would normally credit to peer pressure. But peer pressure is not always an automatic or an unconscious process. It means, as often as not, that someone actually went up to one of his peers and pressured him. In a social epidemic, mavens are databanks. They provide the message. Connectors are social glue, they spread it. But there is also a select group of people, salesmen, with the skills to persuade us when we are unconvinced of what we are hearing, and they are as critical to the tipping of word-of-mouth epidemics as the other two groups. Who are these salesmen? And what makes them so good at what they do? Tom Go is a financial planner in Torrance, California, just south of Los Angeles. His firm, Cavesh & Go, is the biggest in its field in Southern California and one of the top financial planning firms in the country. He makes millions of dollars a year. Donald Mwan, a behavioral psychologist who has written widely on the subject of persuasion, told me to look up Go because Go is mesmerizing. And so he is. Tom Go happens to sell financial planning services. But he could, if he wanted to, sell absolutely anything. If we want to understand the persuasive personality type, Go seems a good place to start. Go is in his 40s. He is good looking, without being pretty at all. He is of medium height, lean, with slightly shaggy dark hair, a mustache, and a little bit of a hangdog expression. Give him a horse and a hat and he'd make an excellent cowboy. He looks like the actor Sam Elliott. When we met, Go shook my hand. But as he told me later, usually when he meets someone he gives him a hug or, if it is a woman, a big kiss. As you would expect from a great salesman, he has a kind of natural exuberance. I love my clients, okay? I'll bend over backwards for them, Go said. I call my clients my family. I tell my clients, I've got 2 families. I've got my wife and my kids and I've got you. Go talks quickly, but in fits and starts. He's always revving up and gearing down. Sometimes when he is making an aside he will rev up even further, as if to put in his own verbal parentheses. He asks lots of rhetorical questions. I love my job. I love my job. I'm a workaholic. I get here at 6 and 7 in the morning. I get out at 9 at night. I manage a lot of money. I'm one of the top producers in the nation. But I don't tell my clients that. I'm not here because of that. I'm here to help people. I love helping people. I don't have to work anymore. I'm financially independent. So why am I here working these long hours? Because I love helping people. I love people. It's called a relationship. Go's pitch is that his firm offers clients a level of service and expertise they'll have difficulty getting anywhere else. Across the hall from his office is a law firm affiliated with Cavesh & Go that handles wills and living trusts and all other legal matters related to financial planning. Go has insurance specialists to handle insurance needs and stockbrokers to handle investments and retirement specialists for older clients. His arguments are rational and coherent. Moine has put together, in cooperation with Go, what he calls a financial planner's script book. Moine's argument is that what separates a great salesman from an average one is the number and quality of answers they have to the objections commonly raised by potential clients. He sat down with Go, then, and tape-recorded all of Go's answers and wrote them up in a book. Moine and Go calculate that there are about 20 questions or statements that a planner needs to be prepared for. For example, I can do it myself is one, and for that the script book lists 50 potential answers. Aren't you concerned about making the wrong moves and having no one there to help you? For instance. Or I'm sure you do a good job at money management. However, did you know most wives outlive their husbands? If something should happen to you, would she be able to handle everything by herself? I can imagine someone buying this script book and memorizing each of these potential responses. I can also imagine that same person, over time, getting familiar enough with the material that he begins to judge, very well, what kinds of responses work best with what kinds of people. If you transcribed that person's interactions with his clients, he would sound just like Tom Go because he would be using all of Tom Go's words. According to the standard ways by which we measure persuasiveness, by the logic and appropriateness of the persuader's arguments that should make the people using the script book every bit as persuasive as Tom Go. But is that really true? What was interesting about Go is the extent to which he seemed to be persuasive in a way quite different from the content of his words. He seems to have some kind of indefinable trait, something powerful and contagious and irresistible that goes beyond what comes out of his mouth, that makes people who meet him want to agree with him. It's energy. It's enthusiasm. It's charm. It's likability. It's all those things and yet something more. At one point I asked him whether he was happy, and he fairly bounced off his chair. Very. I'm probably the most optimistic person you could ever imagine. You take the most optimistic person you know and take it to the 100th power, that's me. Because you know what, the power of positive thinking will overcome so many things. There are so many people who are negative. Someone will say, you can't do that. And I'll say, what do you mean I can't do that? We moved up to Ashland, Oregon, a little over 5 years ago. We found a house we really liked. It had been on the market for some time and it was a bit expensive. So I said to my wife, you know what, I'm going to make a ridiculously low offer. And she said, they're never going to take that. I said, maybe not. What have we got to lose? The worst thing they can say is no. I'm not going to insult them. I'm going to give them my little pitch of here's why I'm doing this. I'm going to make it clear what I'm suggesting. And you know what? They accepted the offer. As Go told me this story, I had no difficulty at all seeing him back in Ashland, somehow convincing the seller to part with his beautiful home for a ridiculous price. Gosh darn it, Go said, if you don't try, you'll never succeed. 10. The question of what makes someone, or something, persuasive is a lot less straightforward than it seems. We know it when we see it. But just what it is not always obvious. Consider the following two examples, both drawn from the psychological literature. The first is an experiment that took place during the 1984 presidential campaign between Ronald Reagan and Walter Mondale. For 8 days before the election, a group of psychologists led by Brian Mullen of Syracuse University videotaped the 3 national nightly news programs, which then as now were anchored by Peter Jennings at ABC, Tom Brokaw at NBC, and Dan Rather at CBS. Mullen examined the tapes and excerpted all references to the candidates, until he had 37 separate segments, each roughly 2.5 seconds long. Those segments were then shown, with the sound turned off, to a group of randomly chosen people, who were asked to rate the facial expressions of each newscaster in each segment. The subjects had no idea what kind of experiment they were involved with, or what the newscasters were talking about. They were simply asked to score the emotional content of the expressions of these 3 men on a 21-point scale, with the lowest being extremely negative and the highest point on the scale extremely positive. The results were fascinating. Dan Rather scored 10.46, which translates to an almost perfectly neutral expression when he talked about Mondale, and 10.37 when he talked about Reagan. He looked the same when he talked about the Republican as he did when he talked about the Democrat. The same was true for Brokaw, who scored 11.21 for Mondale and 11.50 for Reagan. But Peter Jennings of ABC was much different. For Mondale, he scored 13.38. But when he talked about Reagan, his face lit up so much he scored 17.44. Mullen and his colleagues went out of their way to try to come up with an innocent explanation for this. Could it be, for example, that Jennings is just more expressive in general than his colleagues? The answer seemed to be no. The subjects were also shown control segments of the three newscasters, as they talked about unequivocally happy or sad subjects, the funeral of Indira Gandhi, a breakthrough in treating a congenital disease. But Jennings didn't score any higher on the happy subjects or lower on the sad subjects than his counterparts. In fact, if anything, he seemed to be the least expressive of the three. It also isn't the case that Jennings is simply someone who has a happy expression on his face all the time. Again, the opposite seemed to be true. On the happy segments inserted for comparison purposes, he scored 14.13, which was substantially lower than both Rather and Brokaw. The only possible conclusion, according to the study, is that Jennings exhibited a significant and noticeable bias in facial expression toward Reagan. Now here is where the study gets interesting. Mullen and his colleagues then called up people in a number of cities around the country who regularly watched the evening network news and asked them who they voted for. In every case, those who watched ABC voted for Reagan in far greater numbers than those who watched CBS or NBC. In Cleveland, for example, 75% of ABC watchers voted Republican, versus 61.9% of CBS or NBC viewers. In Williamstown, Massachusetts, ABC viewers were 71.4% for Reagan versus 50% for the other two networks. In Erie, Pennsylvania, the difference was 73.7% to 50%. The subtle pro-Reagan bias in Jennings's face seems to have influenced the voting behavior of ABC viewers. As you can imagine, ABC News disputes this study vigorously. It's my understanding that I'm the only social scientist to have the dubious distinction of being called a jackass by Peter Jennings, says Mullen. It is hard to believe. Instinctively, I think, most of us would probably assume that the causation runs in the opposite direction, that Reagan supporters are drawn to ABC because of Jennings's bias, not the other way around. But Mullen argues fairly convincingly that this isn't plausible. For example, on other, more obvious levels, like, for example, story selection, ABC was shown to be the network most hostile to Reagan, so it's just as easy to imagine hardcore Republicans deserting ABC News for the rival networks. And to answer the question of whether his results were simply a fluke, 4 years later in the Michael Dukakis-George Bush campaign, Mullen repeated his experiment, with the exact same results. Jennings showed more smiles when referring to the Republican candidate than the Democrat, Mullen said, and again in a phone survey, viewers who watch ABC were more likely to have voted for Bush. Here is another example of the subtleties of persuasion. A large group of students were recruited for what they were told was a market research study by a company making high-tech headphones. They were each given a headset and told that the company wanted to test to see how well they worked when the listener was in motion, dancing up and down, say, or moving his or her head. All of the students listened to songs by Linda Ronstadt and the Eagles, and then heard a radio editorial arguing that tuition at their university should be raised from its present level of $587 to $750. A third were told that while they listened to the taped radio editorial they should nod their heads vigorously up and down. The next third were told to shake their heads from side to side. The final third were the control group. They were told to keep their heads still. When they were finished, all the students were given a short questionnaire asking them questions about the quality of the songs and the effect of the shaking. Slipped in at the end was the question the experimenters really wanted an answer to: what do you feel would be an appropriate dollar amount for undergraduate tuition per year? The answers to that question are just as difficult to believe as the answers to the newscaster's poll. The students who kept their heads still were unmoved by the editorial. The tuition amount that they guessed was appropriate was $582, or just about where tuition was already. Those who shook their heads from side to side as they listened to the editorial, even though they thought they were simply testing headset quality, disagreed strongly with the proposed increase. They wanted tuition to fall on average to $467 a year. Those who were told to nod their heads up and down, meanwhile, found the editorial very persuasive. They wanted tuition to rise, on average, to $646. The simple act of moving their heads up and down, ostensibly for another reason entirely, was sufficient to cause them to recommend a policy that would take money out of their own pockets. Somehow nodding, in the end, mattered as much as Peter Jennings's smiles did in the 1984 election. There are in these two studies, I think, very important clues as to what makes someone like Tom go, or, for that matter, any of the salesmen in our lives, so effective. The first is that little things can, apparently, make as much of a difference as big things. In the headphone study, the editorial had no impact on those whose heads were still. It wasn't particularly persuasive. But as soon as listeners started nodding, it became very persuasive. In the case of Jennings, Mullen says that someone's subtle signals in favor of one politician or another usually don't matter at all. But in the particular, unguarded way that people watch the news, a little bias can suddenly go a long way. When people watch the news, they don't intentionally filter biases out, or feel they have to argue against the expression of the newscaster, Mullen explains. It's not like someone saying, "This is a very good candidate who deserves your vote." This isn't an obvious verbal message that we automatically dig in our heels against. It's much more subtle and for that reason much more insidious, and that much harder to insulate ourselves against. The second implication of these studies is that nonverbal cues are as or more important than verbal cues. The subtle circumstances surrounding how we say things may matter more than what we say. Jennings, after all, wasn't injecting all kinds of pro-Reagan comments in his newscasts. In fact, as I mentioned, ABC was independently observed to have been the most hostile to Reagan. One of the conclusions of the authors of the headphone study, Gary Wells of the University of Alberta and Richard Petty of the University of Missouri, was that television advertisements would be most effective if the visual display created repetitive vertical movement of the television viewers' heads, e.g., bouncing ball. Simple physical movements and observations can have a profound effect on how we feel and think. The third, and perhaps most important, implication of these studies is that persuasion often works in ways that we do not appreciate. It's not that smiles and nods are subliminal messages. They are straightforward and on the surface. It's just that they are incredibly subtle. If you ask the head nodders why they wanted tuition to increase so dramatically, tuition that would come out of their own pockets, none of them would say, "Because I was nodding my head while I listened to that editorial." They'd probably say that it was because they found the editorial particularly insightful or intelligent. They would attribute their attitudes to some more obvious, logical cause. Similarly, the ABC viewers who voted for Reagan would never, in 1,000 years, tell you that they voted that way because Peter Jennings smiled every time he mentioned the president. They'd say that it was because they liked Reagan's policies, or they thought he was doing a good job. It would never have occurred to them that they could be persuaded to reach a conclusion by something so arbitrary and seemingly insignificant as a smile or a nod from a newscaster. If we want to understand what makes someone like Tom go so persuasive, in other words, we have to look at much more than his obvious eloquence. We need to look at the subtle, the hidden, and the unspoken. 11. What happens when two people talk? That is really the basic question here, because that's the basic context in which all persuasion takes place. We know that people talk back and forth. They listen. They interrupt. They move their hands. In the case of my meeting with Tom Gall, we were sitting in a modest-size office. I was in a chair pulled up in front of his desk. I had my legs crossed and a pad and pen on my lap. I was wearing a blue shirt and black pants and a black jacket. He was sitting behind the desk in a high-backed chair. He was wearing a pair of blue suit pants and a crisply pressed white shirt and a red tie. Some of the time he leaned forward and planted his elbows in front of him. Other times he sat back in his chair and waved his hands in the air. Between us on the blank surface of the desk, I placed my tape recorder. That's what you would have seen if I showed you a videotape of our meeting. But if you had taken that videotape and slowed it down until you were looking at our interaction in slices of a fraction of a second, you would have seen something quite different. You would have seen the two of us engaging in what can only be described as an elaborate and precise dance. The pioneer of this kind of analysis of what is called the study of cultural microhymns is a man named William Condon. In one of his most famous research projects in the 1960s, he attempted to decode a 4.5-second segment of film in which a woman says to a man and a child over dinner, "You all should come around every night. We never have had a dinner time like this in months." Condon broke the film into individual frames, each representing about 1/45th of a second. Then he watched and watched. As he describes it, to carefully study the organization and sequence of this, the approach must be naturalistic or ethological. You just sit and look and look and look for thousands of hours until the order in the material begins to emerge. It's like sculpturing. Continued study reveals further order. When I was looking at this film over and over again, I had an erroneous view of the universe that communication takes place between people. Somehow this was the model. You send the message, somebody sends the message back. The messages go here and there and everywhere. But something was funny about this. Condon spent a year and a half on that short segment of film until, finally, in his peripheral vision, he saw what he had always sensed was there, the wife turning her head exactly as the husband's hands came up. From there he picked up other micro-movements, other patterns that occurred over and over again, until he realized that in addition to talking and listening, the three people around the table were also engaging in what he termed interactional synchrony. Their conversation had a rhythmic physical dimension. Each person would, within the space of 1 or 2 or 3 1/45th of a second frames, move a shoulder or cheek or an eyebrow or a hand, sustain that movement, stop it, change direction, and start again. And what's more, those movements were perfectly in time to each person's own words, emphasizing and underlining and elaborating on the process of articulation, so that the speaker was, in effect, dancing to his or her own speech. At the same time, the other people around the table were dancing along as well, moving their faces and shoulders and hands and bodies to the same rhythm. It's not that everyone was moving the same way, any more than people dancing to a song all danced the same way. It's that the timing of stops and starts of each person's micro-movements, the jump and shifts of body and face, were perfectly in harmony. Subsequent research has revealed that it isn't just gesture that is harmonized, but also conversational rhythm. When two people talk, their volume and pitch fall into balance. What linguists call speech rate, the number of speech sounds per second, equalizes. So does what is known as latency, the period of time that lapses between the moment one speaker stops talking and the moment the other speaker begins. Two people may arrive at a conversation with very different conversational patterns, but almost instantly they reach a common ground. We all do it, all the time. Babies as young as 1 or 2 days old synchronize their head, elbow, shoulder, hip, and foot movements with the speech patterns of adults. Synchrony has even been found in the interactions of humans and apes. It's part of the way we are hardwired. When Tom Gaw and I sat across from each other in his office, then, we almost immediately fell into physical and conversational harmony. We were dancing. Even before he attempted to persuade me with his words, he had forged a bond with me with his movements and his speech. So what made my encounter with him different, so much more compelling than the conversational encounters I have every day? It isn't that Gaw was deliberately trying to harmonize himself with me. Some books on salesmanship recommend that persuaders try to mirror the posture or talking styles of their clients in order to establish rapport. But that's been shown not to work. It makes people more uncomfortable, not less. It's too obviously phony. What we are talking about is a kind of super reflex, a fundamental physiological ability of which we are barely aware. And like all specialized human traits, some people have much more mastery over this reflex than others. Part of what it means to have a powerful or persuasive personality, then, is that you can draw others into your own rhythms and dictate the terms of the interaction. In some studies, students who have a high degree of synchrony with their teachers are happier, more enthused, interested, and easygoing. What I felt with Gaw was that I was being seduced, not in the sexual sense, of course, but in a global way, that our conversation was being conducted on his terms, not mine. I felt I was becoming synchronized with him. Skilled musicians know this, and good speakers, says Joseph Capella, who teaches at the Annenberg School of Communication at the University of Pennsylvania. They know when the crowds are with them, literally in synchrony with them, in movements and nods and stillness in moments of attention. It is a strange thing to admit, because I didn't want to be drawn in. I was on guard against it. But the essence of salesmen is that, on some level, they cannot be resisted. Tom can build a level of trust and rapport in 5 to 10 minutes that most people will take half an hour to do, Juan says of Ga. There is another, more specific dimension to this. When two people talk, they don't just fall into physical and oral harmony. They also engage in what is called motor mimicry. If you show people pictures of a smiling face or a frowning face, they'll smile or frown back, although perhaps only in muscular changes so fleeting that they can only be captured with electronic sensors. If I hit my thumb with a hammer, most people watching will grimace. They'll mimic my emotional state. This is what is meant, in the technical sense, by empathy. We imitate each other's emotions as a way of expressing support and caring, and even more basically, as a way of communicating with each other. In their brilliant 1994 book Emotional Contagion, the psychologists Elaine Hatfield and John Cacioppo and the historian Richard Rapson go one step further. Mimicry, they argue, is also one of the means by which we infect each other with our emotions. In other words, if I smile and you see me and smile in response, even a microsmal that takes no more than several milliseconds, it's not just you imitating or empathizing with me. It may also be a way that I can pass on my happiness to you. Emotion is contagious. In a way, this is perfectly intuitive. All of us have had our spirits picked up by being around somebody in a good mood. If you think about this closely, though, it's quite a radical notion. We normally think of the expressions on our face as the reflection of an inner state. I feel happy, so I smile. I feel sad, so I frown. Emotion goes inside out. Emotional contagion, though, suggests that the opposite is also true. If I can make you smile, I can make you happy. If I can make you frown, I can make you sad. Emotion, in this sense, goes outside in. If we think about emotion this way, as outside in, not inside out, it is possible to understand how some people can have an enormous amount of influence over others. Some of us, after all, are very good at expressing emotions and feelings, which means that we are far more emotionally contagious than the rest of us. Psychologists call these people senders. Senders have special personalities. They are also physiologically different. Scientists who have studied faces, for example, report that there are huge differences among people in the location of facial muscles, in their form, and also, surprisingly, even in their prevalence. It is a situation not unlike in medicine, says Cacioppo. There are carriers, people who are very expressive, and there are people who are especially susceptible. It's not that emotional contagion is a disease. But the mechanism is the same. Howard Friedman, a psychologist at the University of California at Riverside, has developed what he calls the effective communication test to measure this ability to send emotion, to be contagious. The test is a self-administered survey with 13 questions relating to things like whether you can keep still when you hear good dance music, how loud your laugh is, whether you touch friends when you talk to them, how good you are at sending seductive glances, whether you like to be the center of attention. The highest possible score on the test is 117 points, with the average score, according to Friedman, somewhere around 71. What does it mean to be a high scorer? To answer that, Friedman conducted a fascinating experiment. He picked a few dozen people who had scored very high on his test, above 90, and a few dozen who scored very low, below 60, and asked them all to fill out a questionnaire measuring how they felt at this instant. He then put all of the high scorers in separate rooms, and paired each of them with 2 low scorers. They were told to sit in the room together for 2 minutes. They could look at each other, but not talk. Then, once the session was over, they were asked again to fill out a detailed questionnaire on how they were feeling. Friedman found that in just 2 minutes, without a word being spoken, the low scorers ended up picking up the moods of the high scorers. If the charismatic person started out depressed, and the inexpressive person started out happy, by the end of the 2 minutes the inexpressive person was depressed as well. But it didn't work the other way. Only the charismatic person could infect the other people in the room with his or her emotions. Is this what Tom Go did to me? The thing that strikes me most about my encounter with him was his voice. He had the range of an opera singer. At times, he would sound stern. His favorite expression in that state, excuse me. At times, he would drawl, lazily and easily. At other times, he would chuckle as he spoke, making his words sing with laughter. In each of those modes his face would light up accordingly, moving easily and deftly, from one state to another. There was no ambiguity in his presentation. Everything was written on his face. I could not see my own face, of course, But my guess is that it was a close mirror of his. It is interesting, in this context, to think back on the experiment with the nodding and the headphones. There was an example of someone persuaded from the outside in, of an external gesture affecting an internal decision. Was I nodding when Tom Go nodded? And shaking my head when Go shook his head? Later, I called Go up and asked him to take Howard Friedman's charisma test. As we went through the list, question by question, he started chuckling. By question 11 I am terrible at pantomime, as in games like charades, he was laughing out loud. I'm great at that. I always win at charades. Out of a possible 117 points, he scored 116. 12. In the early hours of April 19, 1775, the men of Lexington, Massachusetts, began to gather on the town common. They ranged in age from 16 to 60 and were carrying a motley collection of muskets and swords and pistols. As the alarm spread that morning, their numbers were steadily swelled by groups of militia from the surrounding towns. Dedham sent 4 companies. In Lynn, men left on their own for Lexington. In towns further west that did not get the news until morning, farmers were in such haste to join the battle in Lexington that they literally left their plows in the fields. In many towns, virtually the whole male population was mustered for the fight. The men had no uniforms, so they wore ordinary clothes, coats to ward off the early morning chill and large-brimmed hats. As the colonists rushed toward Lexington, the British regulars, as they were known, were marching in formation toward the town as well. By dawn, the advancing soldiers could see figures all around them in the half-light, armed men running through the surrounding fields, outpacing the British in their rush to get to Lexington. As the regulars neared the town center, they could hear drums beating in the distance. Finally the British came upon Lexington Common and the two sides met face to face, several hundred British soldiers confronting less than 100 militia. In that first exchange, the British got the best of the colonists, gunning down 7 militiamen in a brief flurry of gunshots on the common. But that was only the first of what would be several battles that day. When the British moved on to Concord to systematically search for the cache of guns and ammunition they had been told was stored there, they would clash with the militia again, and this time they would be soundly defeated. This was the beginning of the American Revolution, a war that before it was over would claim many lives and consume the entire American colony. When the American colonists declared independence the following year, it would be hailed as a victory for an entire nation. But that is not the way it began. It began on a cold spring morning with a word-of-mouth epidemic that spread from a little stable boy to all of New England, relying along the way on a small number of very special people, a few salesmen and a man with the particular genius of both a maven and a connector. 3. The stickiness factor. Sesame Street, Blue's Clues and the educational virus. In the late 1960s, a television producer named Joan Gons Cooney set out to start an epidemic. Her target was 3, 4, and 5-year-olds. Her agent of infection was television, and the virus she wanted to spread was literacy. The show would last an hour and run 5 days a week, and the hope was that if that hour was contagious enough it could serve as an educational tipping point, giving children from disadvantaged homes a leg up once they began elementary school, spreading per-learning values from watchers to non-watchers, infecting children and their parents, and lingering long enough to have an impact well after the children stopped watching the show. Cooney probably wouldn't have used these concepts or described her goals in precisely this way. But what she wanted to do, in essence, was create a learning epidemic to counter the prevailing epidemics of poverty and illiteracy. She called her idea Sesame Street. By any measure, this was an audacious idea. Television is a great way to reach lots of people, very easily and cheaply. It entertains and dazzles. But it isn't a particularly educational medium. Gerald Lesser, a Harvard University psychologist who joined with Cooney in founding Sesame Street, says that when he was first asked to join the project, back in the late 1960s, he was skeptical. I had always been very much into fitting how you teach to what you know about the child, he says. You try to find the kid's strengths, so you can play to them. You try to understand the kid's weaknesses, so you can avoid them. Then you try and teach that individual kid's profile. Television has no potential, no power to do that. Good teaching is interactive. It engages the child individually. It uses all the senses. It responds to the child. But a television is just a talking box. In experiments, children who are asked to read a passage and are then tested on it will invariably score higher than children asked to watch a video of the same subject matter. Educational experts describe television as low involvement. Television is like a strain of the common cold that can spread like lightning through a population, but only causes a few sniffles and is gone in a day. But Cooney and Lesser and a third partner, Lloyd Morissette of the Markle Foundation in New York, set out to try anyway. They enlisted some of the top creative minds of the period. They borrowed techniques from television commercials to teach children about numbers. They used the live animation of Saturday morning cartoons to teach lessons about learning the alphabet. They brought in celebrities to sing and dance and star in comedy sketches that taught children about the virtues of cooperation or about their own emotions. Sesame Street aimed higher and tried harder than any other children's show had, and the extraordinary thing was that it worked. Virtually every time the show's educational value has been tested, and Sesame Street has been subject to more academic scrutiny than any television show in history, it has been proved to increase the reading and learning skills of its viewers. There are few educators and child psychologists who don't believe that the show managed to spread its infectious message well beyond the homes of those who watched the show regularly. The creators of Sesame Street accomplished something extraordinary, and the story of how they did that is a marvelous illustration of the second of the rules of the tipping point, the stickiness factor. They discovered that by making small but critical adjustments in how they presented ideas to preschoolers, they could overcome television's weakness as a teaching tool and make what they had to say memorable. Sesame Street succeeded because it learned how to make television sticky. 1. The law of the few, which I talked about in the previous chapter, says that one critical factor in epidemics is the nature of the messenger. A pair of shoes or a warning or an infection or a new movie can become highly contagious and tip simply by being associated with a particular kind of person. But in all those examples, I took it as given that the message itself was something that could be passed on. Paul Revere started a word-of-mouth epidemic with the phrase "the British are coming." If he had instead gone on that midnight ride to tell people he was having a sale on the pewter mugs at his silversmith shop, even he, with all his enormous personal gifts, could not have galvanized the Massachusetts countryside. Roger Horkow, likewise, faxed all his friends about the restaurant his daughter took him to, performing the first step in creating a word-of-mouth epidemic. But obviously, for that epidemic to take off, the restaurant itself had to remain a good restaurant. It had to be the kind of restaurant that made an impact on the people who ate there. In epidemics, the messenger matters. Messengers are what make something spread. But the content of the message matters too. And the specific quality that a message needs to be successful is the quality of stickiness. Is the message, or the food, or the movie, or the product, memorable? Is it so memorable, in fact, that it can create change, that it can spur someone to action? Stickiness sounds as if it should be straightforward. When most of us want to make sure what we say is remembered, we speak with emphasis. We talk loudly, and we repeat what we have to say over and over again. Marketers feel the same way. There is a maxim in the advertising business that an advertisement has to be seen at least 6 times before anyone will remember it. That's a useful lesson for Coca-Cola or Nike, who have hundreds of millions of dollars to spend on marketing and can afford to saturate all forms of media with their message. But it's not all that useful for, say, a group of people trying to spark a literacy epidemic with a small budget and 1 hour of programming on public television. Are there smaller, subtler, easier ways to make something stick? Consider the field of direct marketing. A company buys an ad in a magazine or sends out a direct mailing with a coupon attached that they want the reader to clip and mail back to them with a check for their product. Reaching the consumer with the message is not the hard part of direct marketing. What is difficult is getting consumers to stop, read the advertisement, remember it, and then act on it. To figure out which ads work the best, direct marketers do extensive testing. They might create a dozen different versions of the same ad and run them simultaneously in a dozen different cities and compare the response rates to each. Conventional advertisers have preconceived ideas about what makes an advertisement work: humor, splashy graphics, a celebrity endorser. Direct marketers, by contrast, have few such preconceptions, because the number of coupons that are mailed back or the number of people who call in on an 800 number in response to a television commercial gives them an objective, ironclad measure of effectiveness. In the advertising world, direct marketers are the real students of stickiness, and some of the most intriguing conclusions about how to reach consumers have come from their work. In the 1970s, for example, the legendary direct marketer Lester Wunderman had a showdown with the Madison Avenue firm McCann Erickson over the Columbia Record Club account. Columbia was then, as it is now, one of the largest mail-order clubs in the world, and Wunderman had handled the company's advertising since it was formed in the 1950s. Columbia decided, however, to hire McCann to come up with a series of television commercials to support the direct marketing print ads that Wunderman was creating. These were not late-night commercials with a toll-free 800 number. They were standard television spots designed simply to raise awareness. Understandably, Wunderman was upset. He had handled the Columbia account for 20 years and didn't like the idea of losing even a small part of the business to a competitor. Nor was he convinced that McCann's advertising would actually do Columbia any good. To settle the issue, he proposed a test. Columbia, he said, should run a full complement of the advertising created by his firm in the local editions of TV Guide and Parade magazine in 26 media markets around the United States. In 13 of those markets, McCann should be allowed to air its awareness television commercials. In the other 13, Wunderman would air his own set of television commercials. Whoever's commercials created the greatest increase in response to the local TV Guide and Parade advertising would win the whole account. Columbia agreed, and after a month they tabulated the results. Responses in Wunderman's markets were up 80%, compared to 19.5% for McCann. Wunderman had won in a rout. The key to Wunderman's success was something he called the treasure hunt. In every TV Guide and Parade ad, he had his art director put a little gold box in the corner of the order coupon. Then his firm wrote a series of TV commercials that told the secret of the gold box. Viewers were told that if they could find the gold box in their issues of Parade and TV Guide, they could write in the name of any record on the Columbia list and get that record free. The gold box, Wunderman theorized, was a kind of trigger. It gave viewers a reason to look for the ads in TV Guide and Parade. It created a connection between the Columbia message viewers saw on television and the message they read in a magazine. The gold box, Wunderman writes, made the reader-viewer part of an interactive advertising system. Viewers were not just an audience but had become participants. It was like playing a game. The effectiveness of the campaign was startling. In 1977, none of Columbia's ads in its extensive magazine schedule had been profitable. In 1978, with gold box television support, every magazine on the schedule made a profit, an unprecedented turnaround. What's interesting about this story is that by every normal expectation McCann should have won the test. The gold box idea sounds like a really cheesy idea. Columbia was so skeptical of it that it took Wunderman several years to persuade them to let him try it. McCann, meanwhile, was one of the darlings of Madison Avenue, a firm renowned for its creativity and sophistication. Furthermore, McCann spent 4 times as much as Wunderman on media time. They bought prime-time slots for their space. Wunderman's ads were on in the wee hours of the morning. In the last chapter, I talked about how epidemics are, in part, a function of how many people a message reaches, and by that standard McCann was way ahead. McCann did all the big things right. But they didn't have that little final touch, that gold box, that would make their message stick. If you look closely at epidemic ideas or messages, as often as not the elements that make them sticky turn out to be as small and as seemingly trivial as Wunderman's gold box. Consider, for example, the so-called fear experiments conducted by the social psychologist Howard Leventhal in the 1960s. Leventhal wanted to see if he could persuade a group of college seniors at Yale University to get a tetanus shot. He divided them up into several groups, and gave all of them a 7-page booklet explaining the dangers of tetanus, the importance of inoculation, and the fact that the university was offering free tetanus shots at the campus health center to all interested students. The booklets came in several versions. Some of the students were given a high-fear version, which described tetanus in dramatic terms and included color photographs of a child having a tetanus seizure and other tetanus victims with urinary catheters, tracheotomy wounds, and nasal tubes. In the low-fear version, the language describing the risks of tetanus was toned down and the photographs were omitted. Leventhal wanted to see what impact the different booklets had on the students' attitudes toward tetanus and their likelihood of getting a shot. The results were, in part, quite predictable. When they were given a questionnaire later, all the students appeared to be well educated about the dangers of tetanus. But those who were given the high fear booklet were more convinced of the dangers of tetanus, more convinced of the importance of shots, and were more likely to say that they intended to get inoculated. All of those differences evaporated, however, when Leventhal looked at how many of the students actually went and got a shot. 1 month after the experiments, almost none of the subjects, a mere 3%, had actually gone to the health center to get inoculated. For some reason, the students had forgotten everything they had learned about tetanus, and the lessons they had been told weren't translating into action. The experiment didn't stick. Why not? If we didn't know about the stickiness factor, we probably would conclude that something was wrong with the way the booklet explained tetanus to the students. We might wonder whether trying to scare them was the appropriate direction to take, whether there was a social stigma surrounding tetanus that inhibited students from admitting that they were at risk, or perhaps that medical care itself was intimidating to students. In any case, that only 3% of students responded suggested that there was a long way to go to reach the goal. But the stickiness factor suggests something quite different. It suggests that the problem probably wasn't with the overall conception of the message at all, and that maybe all the campaign needed was a little gold box. Sure enough, when Leventhal redid the experiment, one small change was sufficient to tip the vaccination rate up to 28%. It was simply including a map of the campus, with the university health building circled and the times that shots were available clearly listed. There are 2 interesting results of this study. The first is that of the 28% who got inoculated, an equal number were from the high fear and the low fear group. Whatever extra persuasive muscle was found in the high fear booklet was clearly irrelevant. The students knew, without seeing gory pictures, what the dangers of tetanus were, and what they ought to be doing. The second interesting thing is that, of course, as seniors they must have already known where the health center was, and doubtless had visited it several times already. It is doubtful that any of them would ever actually have used the map. In other words, what the tetanus intervention needed in order to tip was not an avalanche of new or additional information. What it needed was a subtle but significant change in presentation. The students needed to know how to fit the tetanus stuff into their lives. The addition of the map and the times when the shots were available shifted the booklet from an abstract lesson in medical risk, a lesson no different from the countless other academic lessons they had received over their academic career, to a practical and personal piece of medical advice. And once the advice became practical and personal, it became memorable. There are enormous implications in Leventhal's fear experiments and Wunderman's work for Columbia Records for the question of how to start and tip social epidemics. We have become, in our society, overwhelmed by people clamoring for our attention. In just the past decade, the time devoted to advertisements in a typical hour of network television has grown from 6 minutes to 9 minutes, and it continues to climb every year. The New York-based firm Media Dynamics estimates that the average American is now exposed to 254 different commercial messages in a day, up nearly 25% since the mid-1970s. There are now millions of websites on the internet, cable systems routinely carry over 50 channels of programming, and a glance inside the magazine section of any bookstore will tell you that there are thousands of magazines coming out each week and month, chock full of advertising and information. In the advertising business, this surfeit of information is called the clutter problem, and clutter has made it harder and harder to get any one message to stick. Coca-Cola paid $33 million for the rights to sponsor the 1992 Olympics, but despite a huge advertising push, only about 12% of TV viewers realized that they were the official Olympic soft drink, and another 5% thought that Pepsi was the real sponsor. According to a study done by one advertising research firm, whenever there are at least 4 different 15-second commercials in a 2.5-minute commercial timeout, the effectiveness of any one 15-second ad sinks to almost zero. Much of what we are told or read or watch, we simply don't remember. The information age has created a stickiness problem. But Leventhal and Wunderman's examples suggest that there may be simple ways to enhance stickiness and systematically engineer stickiness into a message. This is a fact of obvious importance to marketers, teachers, and managers. Perhaps no one has done more to illustrate the potential of this kind of stickiness engineering, however, than children's educational television, in particular the creators of Sesame Street and, later, the show it inspired, Blue's Clues. 2. Sesame Street is best known for the creative geniuses it attracted, people like Jim Henson and Joe Raposo and Frank Oz, who intuitively grasped what it takes to get through to children. They were television's answer to Beatrix Potter or L. Frank Baum or Dr. Seuss. But it is a mistake to think of Sesame Street as a project conceived in a flash of insight. What made the show unusual, in fact, was the extent to which it was exactly the opposite of that, the extent to which the final product was deliberately and painstakingly engineered. Sesame Street was built about a single, breakthrough insight that if you can hold the attention of children, you can educate them. This may seem obvious, but it isn't. Many critics of television, to this day, argue that what's dangerous about TV is that it is addictive, that children and even adults watch it like zombies. According to this view, it is the formal features of television, violence, bright lights, loud and funny noises, quick editing cuts, zooming in and out, exaggerated action, and all the other things we associate with commercial TV that hold our attention. In other words, we don't have to understand what we are looking at, or absorb what we are seeing in order to keep watching. That's what many people mean when they say that television is passive. We watch when we are stimulated by all the whizzes and bangs of the medium. And we look away, or turn the channel, when we are bored. What the pioneering television researchers of the 1960s and 1970s, in particular, Daniel Anderson at the University of Massachusetts, began to realize, however, is that this isn't how preschoolers watch TV at all. The idea was that kids would sit, stare at the screen, and zone out, said Elizabeth Lorch, a psychologist at Amherst College. But once we began to look carefully at what children were doing, we found out that short looks were actually more common. There was much more variation. Children didn't just sit and stare. They could divide their attention between a couple of different activities. And they weren't being random. There were predictable influences on what made them look back at the screen, and these were not trivial things, not just flash and dash. Lorch, for instance, once re-edited an episode of Sesame Street so that certain key scenes of some of the sketches were out of order. If kids were only interested in flash and dash, that shouldn't have made a difference. The show, after all, still had songs and Muppets and bright colors and action and all the things that make Sesame Street so wonderful. But it did make a difference. The kids stopped watching. If they couldn't make sense of what they were looking at, they weren't going to look at it. In another experiment, Lorch and Dan Anderson showed two groups of 5-year-olds an episode of Sesame Street. The kids in the second group, however, were put in a room with lots of very attractive toys on the floor. As you would expect, the kids in the room without the toys watched the show about 87% of the time, while the kids with the toys watched only about 47% of the show. Kids are distracted by toys. But when they tested the two groups to see how much of the show the children remembered and understood, the scores were exactly the same. This result stunned the two researchers. Kids, they realized, were a great deal more sophisticated in the way they watched than had been imagined. We were led to the conclusion, they wrote, that the 5-year-olds in the toys group were attending quite strategically, distributing their attention between toy play and viewing so that they looked at what for them were the most informative parts of the program. This strategy was so effective that the children could gain no more from increased attention. If you take these two studies together, the toys study and the editing study, you reach quite a radical conclusion about children and television. Kids don't watch when they are stimulated and look away when they are bored. They watch when they understand and look away when they are confused. If you are in the business of educational television, this is a critical difference. It means if you want to know whether, and what, kids are learning from a TV show, all you have to do is to notice what they are watching. And if you want to know what kids aren't learning, all you have to do is notice what they aren't watching. Preschoolers are so sophisticated in their viewing behavior that you can determine the stickiness of children's programming by simple observation. The head of research for Sesame Street in the early years was a psychologist from Oregon, Ed Palmer, whose specialty was the use of television as a teaching tool. When the Children's Television Workshop was founded in the late 1960s, Palmer was a natural recruit. I was the only academic they could find doing research on children's TV, he says, with a laugh. Palmer was given the task of finding out whether the elaborate educational curriculum that had been devised for Sesame Street by its academic advisors was actually reaching the show's viewers. It was a critical task. There are those involved with Sesame Street who say, in fact, that without Ed Palmer the show would never have lasted through the first season. Palmer's innovation was something he called the distractor. He would play an episode of Sesame Street on a television monitor, and then run a slideshow on a screen next to it, showing a new slide every 7.5 seconds. We had the most varied set of slides we could imagine, said Palmer. We would have a body riding down the street with his arms out, a picture of a tall building, a leaf floating through ripples of water, a rainbow, a picture taken through a microscope, an Escher drawing. Anything to be novel, that was the idea. Preschoolers would then be brought into the room, 2 at a time, and told to watch the television show. Palmer and his assistants would sit slightly to the side, with a pencil and paper, quietly noting when the children were watching Sesame Street and when they lost interest and looked, instead, at the slideshow. Every time the slide changed, Palmer and his assistants would make a new notation, so that by the end of the show they had an almost second-by-second account of what parts of the episode being tested managed to hold the viewer's attention and what parts did not. The distractor was a stickiness machine. We take that big-sized chart paper, 2 by 3 feet, and tape several of those sheets together, Palmer says. We had data points, remember, for every 7.5 seconds, which comes to close to 400 data points for a single program, and we'd connect all those points with a red line so it would look like a stock market report from Wall Street. It might plummet or gradually decline, and we'd say, whoa, what's going on here? At other times it might hug the very top of the chart and we'd say, wow, that segment's really grabbing the attention of the kids. We tabulated those distractor scores in percentages. We'd have up to 100% sometimes. The average attention for most shows was around 85 to 90%. If the producers got that, they were happy. If they got around 50, they'd go back to the drawing board. Palmer tested other children's shows, like the Tom and Jerry cartoons, or Captain Kangaroo, and compared what sections of those shows worked with what sections of Sesame Street worked. Whatever Palmer learned, he fed back to the show's producers and writers, so they could fine-tune the material accordingly. One of the standard myths about children's television, for example, had always been that kids love to watch animals. The producers would bring in a cat or an anteater or an otter and show it and let it cavort around, Palmer says. They thought that would be interesting. But our distractor showed that it was a bomb every time. A huge effort went into a Sesame Street character called the Man from Alphabet, whose specialty was puns. Palmer showed that kids hated him. He was canned. The distractor showed that no single segment of the Sesame Street format should go beyond 4 minutes, and that 3 minutes was probably optimal. He forced the producers to simplify dialogue and abandon certain techniques they had taken from adult television. We found to our surprise that our preschool audience didn't like it when the adult cast got into a contentious discussion, he remembers. They didn't like it when 2 or 3 people would be talking at once. That's the producer's natural instinct, to hype a scene by creating confusion. It's supposed to tell you that this is exciting. The fact is that our kids turned away from that kind of situation. Instead of picking up on the signal that something exciting is going on, they picked up on the signal that something confusing is going on. And they'd lose interest. After the 3rd or 4th season, I'd say it was rare that we ever had a segment below 85%. We would almost never see something in the 50 to 60% range, and if we did, we'd fix it. You know Darwin's terms about the survival of the fittest? We had a mechanism to identify the fittest and decide what should survive. The most important thing that Palmer ever found out with the distractor, though, came at the very beginning, before Sesame Street was even on the air. It was the summer of 1969, and we were a month and a half from air date, Lesser remembers. We decided, let's go for broke. Let's produce 5 full shows, 1 hour each, before we go to air and we'll see what we've got. To test the shows, Palmer took them to Philadelphia and over the 3rd week of July showed them to groups of preschoolers in 60 different homes throughout the city. It was a difficult period. Philadelphia was in the midst of a heat wave, which made the children who were supposed to watch the show restless and inattentive. In the same week, as well, Apollo 11 landed on the moon, and some children, understandably, seemed to prefer that historic moment to Sesame Street. Worst of all were the conclusions from Palmer's distractor. What we found, Lesser says, almost destroyed us. The problem was that when the show was originally conceived, the decision was made that all fantasy elements of the show be separated from the real elements. This was done at the insistence of many child psychologists, who felt that to mix fantasy and reality would be misleading to children. The Muppets, then, were only seen with other Muppets, and the scenes filmed on Sesame Street itself involved only real adults and children. What Palmer found out in Philadelphia, though, was that as soon as they switched to the street scenes, the kids lost all interest. The street was supposed to be the glue, Lesser said. We would always come back to the street. It pulled the show together. But it was just adults doing things and talking about stuff, and the kids weren't interested. We were getting incredibly low attention levels. The kids were leaving the show. Levels would pop back up if the Muppets came back, but we couldn't afford to keep losing them like that. Lesser calls Palmer's results a turning point in the history of Sesame Street. We knew that if we kept the street that way, the show was going to die. Everything was happening so fast. We had the testing in the summer, and we were going on the air in the fall. We had to figure out what to do. Lesser decided to defy the opinion of his scientific advisors. We decided to write a letter to all the other developmental psychologists and say, we know how you guys think about mixing fantasy and reality. But we're going to do it anyway. If we don't, we'll be dead in the water. So the producers went back and reshot all of the street scenes. Henson and his co-workers created puppets who could walk and talk with the adults of the show and could live alongside them on the street. That's when Big Bird and Oscar the Grouch and Snuffleupagus were born, said Palmer. What we now think of as the essence of Sesame Street, the artful blend of fluffy monsters and earnest adults, grew out of a desperate desire to be sticky. The distractor, however, for all its strengths, is a fairly crude instrument. It tells you that a child understands what is happening on the screen and as a result is paying attention. But it doesn't tell you what the child understands, or, more precisely, it doesn't tell you whether the child is paying attention to what he or she ought to be paying attention to. Consider the following two Sesame Street segments, both of which are called visual blending exercises, segments that teach children that reading consists of blending together distinct sounds. In one, Hug, a female Muppet, approaches the word hug in the center of the screen. She stands behind the H, sounding it out carefully, then moves to the U, and then the G. She does it again, moving from left to right, pronouncing each letter separately, before putting the sounds together to say hug. As she does, the Muppet Hairy Monster enters and repeats the word as well. The segment ends with the hairy monster hugging the delighted little girl Muppet. In another segment, called Oscar's Blending, Oscar the Grouch and the Muppet Crummy play a game called Breakable Words, in which words are assembled and then taken apart. Oscar starts by calling for C, which pops up on the lower left corner of the screen. The letter C, Oscar tells Crummy, is pronounced ka. Then the letters at pop up in the lower right-hand corner and Crummy sounds the letters out at. The two go back and forth, Oscar saying ka and Crummy at, each time faster and faster, until the sounds blend together to make cat. As this happens, the letters at the bottom of the screen move together as well to make cat. The two Muppets repeat cat a few times and then the word drops from sight, accompanied by a crashing sound. Then the process begins again with the word bat. Both of these segments are entertaining. They hold children's attention. On the distractor, they score brilliantly. But do they actually teach the fundamentals of reading? That's a much harder question. To answer it, the producers of Sesame Street in the mid-1970s called in a group of researchers at Harvard University led by a psychologist named Barbara Flagg who were expert in something called eye movement photography. Eye movement research is based on the idea that the human eye is capable of focusing on only a very small area at one time, what is called a perceptual span. When we read, we are capable of taking in only about one key word and then 4 characters to the left and 15 characters to the right at any one time. We jump from one of these chunks to another, pausing, or fixating, on them long enough to make sense of each letter. The reason we can focus clearly on only that much text is that most of the sensors in our eyes, the receptors that process what we see, are clustered in a small region in the very middle of the retina called the fovea. That's why we move our eyes when we read. We can't pick up much information about the shape, or the color, or the structure of words unless we focus our fovea directly on them. Just try, for example, to reread this paragraph by staring straight ahead at the center of the page. It's impossible. If you can track where someone's fovea is moving and what they are fixating on, in other words, you can tell with extraordinary precision what they are actually looking at and what kind of information they are actually receiving. The people who make television commercials, not surprisingly, are obsessed with eye tracking. If you make a beer commercial with a beautiful model, it would be really important to know whether the average 22-year-old male in your target audience fixates only on the model or eventually moves to your can of beer. Sesame Street went to Harvard in 1975 for the same reason. When kids watched Oscar's Blending or Hug, were they watching and learning about the words, or were they simply watching the Muppets? The experiment was conducted with 21 4- and 5-year-olds, who were brought to the Harvard School of Education over the course of a week by their parents. One by one they were seated in an antique barber's chair with a padded headrest about 3 feet away from a 17-inch color television monitor. A Gulf and Western infrared eye view monitor was set up just off to the left, carefully calibrated to track the fovea movements of each subject. What they found was that Hug was a resounding success. 76% of all fixations were on the letters. Better still, 83% of all preschoolers fixated on the letters in a left-to-right sequence, mimicking, in other words, the actual reading process. Oscar's Blending, on the other hand, was a disaster. Only 35% of total fixations fell on the letters. And exactly 0% of the preschoolers read the letters from left to right. What was the problem? First, the letter shouldn't have been on the bottom of the screen because, as almost all eye movement research demonstrates, when it comes to television, people tend to fixate on the center of the screen. That issue, though, is really secondary to the simple fact that the kids weren't watching the letters because they were watching Oscar. They were watching the model and not the beer can. I remember Oscar's Blending, Flag says. Oscar was very active. He was really making a fuss in the background. And the word is not close to him at all. He's moving his mouth a lot, moving his hands. He has things in his hands. There is a great deal of distraction. The kids don't focus on the letters at all because Oscar is so interesting. Oscar was sticky. The lesson wasn't. 3. This was the legacy of Sesame Street. If you paid careful attention to the structure and format of your material, you could dramatically enhance stickiness. But is it possible to make a show even stickier than Sesame Street? This was what 3 young television producers at the Nickelodeon network in Manhattan asked themselves in the mid-1990s. It was a reasonable question. Sesame Street, after all, was a product of the 1960s, and in the intervening 3 decades major strides had been made in understanding how children's minds work. One of the Nickelodeon producers, Todd Kessler, had actually worked on Sesame Street and left the show dissatisfied. He didn't like the fast-paced magazine format of the show. I love Sesame Street, he says. But I always believed that kids didn't have short attention spans, that they could easily sit still for a half an hour. He found traditional children's television too static. Because the audience is not all that verbal or even pre-verbal, it is important to tell the story visually, he went on. It's a visual medium, and to make it sink in, to make it powerful, you've got to make use of that. There is so much children's television that is all talk. The audience has a hard time keeping up with that. Kessler's colleague, Angela Santoro, grew up on Sesame Street and had similar misgivings. We wanted to learn from Sesame Street and take it one step further, Santoro said. TV is a great medium for education. But people up until now haven't explored the potential of it. They've been using it in a rote way. I believed we could turn that around. What they came up with is a show called Blue's Clues. It is half an hour, not an hour. It doesn't have an ensemble cast. It has just one live actor, Steve, a fresh-faced man in his early 20s in khakis and a rugby shirt who acts as the show's host. Instead of a varied, magazine format, each episode follows a single storyline, the exploits of an animated dog by the name of Blue. It has a flat, 2-dimensional feel, more like a video version of a picture book than a television show. The pace is deliberate. The script is punctuated with excruciatingly long pauses. There is none of the humor or wordplay or cleverness that characterizes Sesame Street. One of the animated characters on the show, a mailbox, is called Mailbox. 2 other regular characters, a shovel and a pail, are called Shovel and Pail. And blue, of course, the show's star is blue because she's the color blue. It is difficult as an adult to watch Blue's Clues and not wonder how this show could ever represent an improvement over Sesame Street. And yet it does. Within months of its debut in 1996, Blue's Clues was trouncing Sesame Street in the ratings. On the distractor test, it scores higher than its rival in capturing children's attention. Jennings Bryant, an educational researcher at the University of Alabama, conducted a study of 120 children, comparing the performance of regular Blue's Clues watchers to watchers of other educational shows on a series of cognitive tests. After 6 months we began to get very big differences, Bryant said. By almost all of our measures of flexible thinking and problem solving, we had statistically significant differences. If there were 60 items on the test, you might find that the Blue's Clues watchers were correctly identifying 50 of them, and the control group was identifying 35. Blue's Clues may be one of the stickiest television shows ever made. How is it that such an unrepossessing show is even stickier than Sesame Street? The answer is that Sesame Street, as good as it is, has a number of subtle but not insignificant limitations. Consider, for example, the problem created by the show's insistence on being clever. From the beginning Sesame Street was intended to appeal to both children and adults. The idea was that one of the big obstacles facing children, particularly children from lower-income families, was that their parents didn't encourage or participate in their education. Sesame Street's creators wanted a show that mothers would watch along with their children. That's why the show is loaded with so many adult elements, the constant punning and pop culture references like Monsterpiece Theater or the Samuel Beckett parody Waiting for Elmo. The show's head writer, Lou Berger, says that the reason he applied for a job at Sesame Street was because of a Kermit sketch he saw while watching the show with his son in 1979. It was one of those crazy fairy tales. They were looking for a princess in distress. Kermit ran out to this female Muppet princess and said, and here Berger did a pitch-perfect Kermit, "Excuse me, are you a female princess in distress?" And she said, "What does this look like? A pantsuit?" I remember thinking, that's so great. I have to work there. The problem is, preschoolers don't get these kinds of jokes, and the presence of the humor, like the elaborate pun on distress, can serve as a distraction. There is a good example of this in an episode of Sesame Street called Roy that ran on Christmas Eve in 1997. The episode opens with Big Bird running into a mail carrier, who has never been on Sesame Street before. The mail carrier hands Big Bird a package, and Big Bird is immediately puzzled. "If this is the first time you have ever been here," he asks, "how did you know I was Big Bird?" Mail carrier, "Well, you have to admit it's easy to figure out." Gestures broadly at Big Bird. "BB, it is." Looks at himself. "Oh, I see. The package is for Big Bird, and I'm a big bird. I forget sometimes. I'm just what my name says. Big Bird is a big bird." Big Bird becomes sad. He realizes that everyone else has a name like Oscar or Snuffy, but he has only a description. He asks the mail carrier what her name is. She says Imogen. "BB, gee, that's a nice name." Looking to the camera wistfully, "I wish I had a real name like that, instead of one that just says what I am, as if I were an apple or a chair or something." Thereupon begins a search by Big Bird for a new name. With the help of Snuffy, he canvasses Sesame Street for suggestions: Zackle-Dackle, Butch, Bill, Omar, Larry, Sammy, Ebenezer, Jim, Napoleon, Lancelot, Rocky, before settling on Roy. But then, once everyone starts calling him by his new name, Big Bird realizes that he doesn't like it after all. "Somehow it doesn't seem right," he says. "I think I made a big mistake." He switches back. Even if Big Bird isn't a regular name, he concludes, "It's my name, and I like the way all my friends say it." This was, at least on the surface, an excellent episode. The premise is challenging and conceptual, but fascinating. It deals candidly with emotion, and unlike other children's shows, tells children that it's okay not to be happy all of the time. Most of all, it's funny. It sounds like it should be a winner, right? Wrong. The Roy Show was tested by the Sesame Street research staff and the numbers were very disappointing. The first segment involving Snuffy and Big Bird did well. As you would expect, the viewers were curious. Then things began to fall apart. By the second of the street scenes, attention dropped to 80%. By the third, 78%. By the fourth 40%, then 50, then 20. After viewing the show, the kids were quizzed on what they had seen. We asked very specific questions and were looking for clear answers, Rosemary Trulio, Sesame Street's research head said. What was the show about? 60% knew. What did Big Bird want to do? 53% knew. What was Big Bird's new name? 20% knew. How did Big Bird feel at the end? 50% knew. By comparison, another of the shows tested by Sesame Street at the very same time recorded 90% plus correct answers on the post-show quiz. The show simply wasn't making any impression. It wasn't sticking. Why did the show fail? The problem, at root, is with the premise of the show, the essential joke that Big Bird doesn't want to be known as a big bird. That's the kind of wordplay that a preschooler simply doesn't understand. Preschoolers make a number of assumptions about words and their meaning as they acquire language, one of the most important of which is what the psychologist Ellen Markman calls the principle of mutual exclusivity. Simply put, this means that small children have difficulty believing that any one object can have two different names. The natural assumption of children, Markman argues, is that if an object or person is given a second label, then that label must refer to some secondary property or attribute of that object. You can see how useful this assumption is to a child faced with the extraordinary task of assigning a word to everything in the world. A child who learns the word elephant knows, with absolute certainty, that it is something different from a dog. Each new word makes the child's knowledge of the world more precise. Without mutual exclusivity, by contrast, if a child thought that elephant could simply be another label for dog, then each new word would make the world seem more complicated. Mutual exclusivity also helps the child think clearly. Suppose, Markman writes, a child who already knows apple and red hears someone refer to an apple as round. By mutual exclusivity, the child can eliminate the object, apple, and its color, red, as the meaning of round and can try to analyze the object for some other property to label. What this means, though, is that children are going to have trouble with objects that have two names, or objects that change names. A child has difficulty with, say, the idea that an oak is both an oak and a tree. He or she may well assume that in that case tree is a word for a collection of oaks. The idea, then, that Big Bird no longer wants to be called Big Bird but instead wants to be called Roy is almost guaranteed to befuddle a preschooler. How can someone with one name decide to have another name? Big Bird is saying that Big Bird is merely a descriptive name of the type of animal he is, and that he wants a particular name. He doesn't want to be a tree. He wants to be an oak. But 3- and 4-year-olds don't understand that a tree can also be an oak. To the extent that they understand what is going on at all, they probably think that Big Bird is trying to change into something else, into some other kind of animal, or some other collection of animals. And how could he do that? There's a deeper problem. Sesame Street is a magazine show. A typical show consists of at least 40 distinct segments, none more than about 3 minutes, street scenes with the actors and Muppets, animation, and short films from outside the studio. With shows like Roy in the late 1990s, the writers of the show attempted, for the first time, to link some of these pieces together with a common theme. For most of the show's history, though, the segments were entirely autonomous. In fact, new Sesame shows were constructed, for the most part, by mixing together fresh street scenes with animated bits and filmed sequences from the show's archives. The show's creators had a reason for wanting to construct Sesame Street this way. They thought preschoolers did not have the attention span to handle anything other than very short, tightly focused segments. We looked at the viewing patterns of young children, and we found that they were watching Laugh-In, says Lloyd Morissette, who was one of the show's founders. That had a very strong effect on the early Sesame Street. Zany, relatively quick one-liners. The kids seemed to love it. Sesame Street's creators were impressed even more by the power of television commercials. The 60s were the golden age of Madison Avenue, and at the time it seemed to make perfect sense that if a 60-second television spot could sell breakfast cereal to a 4-year-old, then it could also sell that child the alphabet. Part of the appeal of Jim Henson and the Muppets to the show's creators, in fact, was that in the 1960s Henson had been running a highly successful advertising shop. Many of the most famous Muppets were created for ad campaigns. Big Bird is really a variation of a 7-foot dragon created by Henson for La Choy commercials. Cookie Monster was a pitchman for Frito-Lay. Grover was used in promotional films for IBM. Henson's Muppet commercials from the 50s and 60s are hysterically funny but have a dark and edgy quality that understandably was absent from his Sesame Street work. I think the most significant format feature in a commercial is that it's about one thing, said Sam Gibbon, one of the earliest Sesame Street producers. It's about selling one idea. The notion of breaking down the production of Sesame Street into units small enough so they could address a single educational goal like an individual letter owed a lot to that technique of commercials. But is the commercial theory of learning true? Daniel Anderson says that new research suggests that children actually don't like commercials as much as we thought they did because commercials don't tell stories, and stories have a particular salience and importance to young people. The original Sesame Street was anti-narrative. It was, by design, an unconnected collection of sketches. It wasn't just the ads that influenced the early Sesame Street, Anderson says. There was also a theoretical perspective at the time, based in part on the influential child psychologist Piaget, that a preschool child couldn't follow an extended narrative. Since the late 1960s, however, this idea has been turned on its head. At 3 and 4 and 5, children may not be able to follow complicated plots and subplots. But the narrative form, psychologists now believe, is absolutely central to them. It's the only way they have of organizing the world, of organizing experience, Jerome Bruner, a psychologist at New York University, says. They are not able to bring theories that organize things in terms of cause and effect and relationships, so they turn things into stories, and when they try to make sense of their life they use the storied version of their experience as the basis for further reflection. If they don't catch something in a narrative structure, it doesn't get remembered very well, and it doesn't seem to be accessible for further kinds of mulling over. Bruner was involved in the early 1980s in a fascinating project called Narratives from the Crib that was critical in changing the views of many child experts. The project centered on a 2-year-old girl from New Haven called Emily, whose parents, both university professors, began to notice that before their daughter went to sleep at night she talked to herself. Curious, they put a small microcassette recorder in her crib and, several nights a week, for the next 15 months, recorded both the conversations they had with Emily as they put her to bed and the conversations she had with herself before she fell asleep. The transcripts, 122 in all, were then analyzed by a group of linguists and psychologists led by Catherine Nelson of Harvard University. What they found was that Emily's conversations with herself were more advanced than her conversations with her parents. In fact, they were significantly more advanced. One member of the team that met to discuss the Emily tapes, Carol Fleischer-Feldman, later wrote, "In general, her speech to herself is so much richer and more complex than her speech to adults that it has made all of us, as students of language development, begin to wonder whether the picture of language acquisition offered in the literature to date does not underrepresent the actual patterns of the linguistic knowledge of the young child." For once the lights are out and her parents leave the room, Emily reveals a stunning mastery of language forms we would never have suspected from her everyday speech. Feldman was referring to things like vocabulary and grammar and, most important, the structure of Emily's monologues. She was making up stories, narratives, that explained and organized the things that happened to her. Sometimes these stories were what linguists call temporal narratives. She would create a story to try to integrate events, actions, and feelings into one structure, a process that is a critical part of a child's mental development. Here is a story Emily told herself at 32 months, which I will quote at length to emphasize just how sophisticated children's speech is when they are by themselves. "Tomorrow when we wake up from bed, first me and Daddy and Mommy, you eat breakfast like we usually do, and then we're going to play, and then soon as Daddy comes, Carl's going to come over, and then we're going to play a little while. And then Carl and Emily are both going down the car with somebody, and we're going to ride to nursery school," whispered. "And then when we get there, we're all going to get out of the car, go into nursery school, and Daddy's going to give us kisses, then go, and then say, and then we will say goodbye, then he's going to work and we're going to play at nursery school. Won't that be funny? Because sometimes I go to nursery school 'cause it's a nursery school day. Sometimes I stay with Tanta all week. And sometimes we play Mom and Dad. But usually, sometimes, I go to nursery school. But today I'm going to nursery school in the morning. In the morning, Daddy and when and usual, we're going to eat breakfast like we usually do, and then we're going to. And then we're going to play. And then we're Then the doorbell's going to ring, and here comes Carl and here and then Carl, and then we are all going to play and then. Emily is describing her Friday routine. But it's not a particular Friday. It's what she considers an ideal Friday, a hypothetical Friday in which everything she wants to happen happens. It is, as Brunner and Joan Lucariello write in their commentary on the segment, a remarkable act of world-making. She uses tonal emphasis, prolongation of key words, and a kind of reenactment reminiscent of the We Are There cinema verite, with her friend Carl practically narrated through the door as he enters. As if to emphasize that she has everything down pat, she delivers the monologue in a rhythmic, almost sing-song way. And in the course of the soliloquy, she even feels free to comment on the drollness of the course that events are taking. Won't that be funny? It is hard to look at this evidence of the importance of narrative and not marvel at the success of Sesame Street. Here was a show that eschewed what turns out to be the most important of all ways of reaching young children. It also diluted its appeal to preschoolers with jokes aimed only at adults. Yet it succeeded anyway. That was the genius of Sesame Street, that through the brilliance of its writing and the warmth and charisma of the Muppets it managed to overcome what might otherwise have been overwhelming obstacles. But it becomes easy to understand how you would make a children's show even stickier than Sesame Street. You'd make it perfectly literal, without any wordplay or comedy that would confuse preschoolers. And you teach kids how to think in the same way that kids teach themselves how to think, in the form of the story. You would make, in other words, Blue's Clues. 4. Every episode of Blue's Clues is constructed the same way. Steve, the host, presents the audience with a puzzle involving Blue, the animated dog. In one show the challenge is to figure out Blue's favorite story. In another, it is to figure out Blue's favorite food. To help the audience unlock the puzzle, Blue leaves behind a series of clues, which are objects tattooed with one of her paw prints. In between the discovery of the clues, Steve plays a series of games, mini-puzzles, with the audience that are thematically related to the overall puzzle. In the show about Blue's favorite story, for example, one of the mini-puzzles involves Steve and Blue sitting down with the three bears, whose bowls of porridge have been mixed up, and enlisting the audience's help in matching the small, middle, and large bowls with Mama, Papa, and Baby Bear. As the show unfolds, Steve and Blue move from one animated set to another, from a living room to a garden to fantastical places, jumping through magical doorways, leading viewers on a journey of discovery, until at the end of the story, Steve returns to the living room. There, at the climax of every show, he sits down in a comfortable chair to think, a chair known, of course, in the literal world of Blue's Clues as the thinking chair. He puzzles over Blue's 3 clues and attempts to come up with the answer. This much is, obviously, a radical departure from Sesame Street. But having turned their back on that part of the Sesame Street legacy, the creators of Blue's Clues then went back and borrowed those parts of Sesame Street that they thought did work. In fact, they did more than borrow. They took those sticky elements and tried to make them even stickier. The first was the idea that the more kids are engaged in watching something, intellectually and physically, the more memorable and meaningful it becomes. I'd noticed that some segments on Sesame Street elicited a lot of interaction from kids, where the segments asked for it, says Daniel Anderson, who worked with Nickelodeon in designing Blue's Clues. Something that stuck in my mind was when Kermit would hold his finger to the screen and draw an animated letter. You'd see kids holding their fingers up and drawing a letter along with him. Or occasionally, when a Sesame Street character would ask a question, you'd hear kids answer out loud. But Sesame Street just somehow never took that idea and ran with it. They knew that kids did this some of the time, but they never tried to build a show around that idea. Nickelodeon did some pilot shows before Blue's Clues where kids would be explicitly asked to participate, and lo and behold, there was a lot of evidence that they would. So putting these ideas together, that kids are interested in being intellectually active when they watch TV, and given the opportunity they'll be behaviorally active, that created the philosophy for Blue's Clues. Steve, as a result, spends almost all his time on screen talking directly at the camera. When he enlists the audience's help, he actually enlists the audience's help. Often, there are close-ups of his face, so it is as if he is almost in the room with his audience. Whenever he asks a question, he pauses. But it's not a normal pause. It's a preschooler's pause, several beats longer than any adult would ever wait for an answer. Eventually an unseen studio audience yells out a response. But the child at home is given the opportunity to shout out an answer of his own. Sometimes Steve will play dumb. He won't be able to find a certain clue that might be obvious to the audience at home, and he'll look beseechingly at the camera. The idea is the same, to get the children watching to verbally participate, to become actively involved. If you watch Blue's Clues with a group of children, the success of this strategy is obvious. It's as if they're a group of die-hard Yankees fans at a baseball game. The second thing that Blue's Clues took from Sesame Street was the idea of repetition. This was something that had fascinated the CTW pioneers. In the 5 pilot shows that Palmer and Lesser took to Philadelphia in 1969, there was a 1-minute bit called Wanda the Witch that used the W sound over and over. Wanda the Witch wore a wig in the windy winter in Washington, etc., etc. We didn't know how much we could repeat elements, Lesser says. We put it in 3 times on the Monday, 3 times on the Tuesday, 3 times on the Wednesday, left it out on Thursday, then put it in right at the end of the Friday show. Some of the kids toward the end of the day Wednesday were saying, "Not Wanda the Witch again." When Wanda the Witch came back Friday, they jumped and clapped. Kids reach a saturation point. But then nostalgia sets in. Not long afterward, and quite by accident, the Sesame Street writers figured out why kids like repetition so much. The segment in question this time featured the actor James Earl Jones reciting the alphabet. As originally taped, Jones took long pauses between letters, because the idea was to insert other elements between the letters. But Jones, as you can imagine, cut such a compelling figure that the Sesame Street producers left the film as it was and played it over and over again for years. The letter A or B, etc. would appear on the screen, there would be a long pause, and then Jones would boom out the name and the letter would disappear. What we noticed was that the first time through, kids would shout out the name of the letter after Jones did, Sam Gibbons says. After a couple of repetitions, they would respond to the appearance of the letter before he did in the long pause. Then, with enough repetitions, they would anticipate the letter before it appeared. They were sequencing themselves through the piece. First they learned the name of the letter, then they learned to associate the name of the letter with its appearance, then they learned the sequence of letters. An adult considers constant repetition boring, because it requires reliving the same experience over and again. But to preschoolers, repetition isn't boring, because each time they watch something they are experiencing it in a completely different way. At CTW, the idea of learning through repetition was called the James Earl Jones effect. Blue's Clues is essentially a show built around the James Earl Jones effect. Instead of running new episodes one after another, and then repeating them as reruns later in the seasons, like every other television show, Nickelodeon runs the same Blue's Clues episode for 5 straight days, Monday through Friday, before going on to the next one. As you can imagine, this wasn't an idea that came easily to Nickelodeon. Santomro and Anderson had to convince them. It also helped that Nickelodeon didn't have the money to produce a full season of Blue's Clues shows. I had the pilot in my house, and at the time my daughter was 3.5 and she kept watching it over and over again, Anderson says. I kept track. She watched it 14 times without any lagging of enthusiasm. When the pilot was taken out into the field for testing, the same thing happened. They showed it 5 days in a row to a large group of preschoolers, and attention and comprehension actually increased over the course of the week, with the exception of the oldest children, the 5-year-olds, whose attention fell off at the very end. Like the kids watching James Earl Jones, the children responded to the show in a different way with each repeat viewing, becoming more animated and answering more of Steve's questions earlier and earlier. If you think about the world of a preschooler, they are surrounded by stuff they don't understand, things that are novel. So the driving force for a preschooler is not a search for novelty, like it is with older kids, it's a search for understanding and predictability, says Anderson. For younger kids, repetition is really valuable. They demand it. When they see a show over and over again, they not only are understanding it better, which is a form of power, but just by predicting what is going to happen, I think they feel a real sense of affirmation and self-worth. And Blue's Clues doubles that feeling, because they also feel like they are participating in something. They feel like they are helping Steve. Of course, kids don't always like repetition. Whatever they are watching has to be complex enough to allow, upon repeated exposure, for deeper and deeper levels of comprehension. At the same time, it can't be so complex that the first time around it baffles the children and turns them off. In order to strike this balance, Blue's Clues engages in much of the same kind of research as Sesame Street, but at a far more intense level. Where Sesame Street tests a given show only once, and after it's completed, Blue's Clues tests shows 3 times before they go on the air. And while Sesame Street will typically only test a third of its episodes, Blue's Clues tests them all. I accompanied the Blue's Clues research team on one of their weekly excursions to talk to preschoolers. They were led by Alice Wilder, director of research for the show, a lively dark-haired woman who had just finished her doctorate in education at Columbia University. With her were 2 others, both women in their early 20s, Allison Gilman and Allison Sherman. On the morning that I joined them, they were testing a proposed script at a preschool in Greenwich Village. The script being tested was about animal behavior. It was, essentially, a first draft, laid out in a picture book that roughly corresponded to the way the actual episode would unfold, scene by scene, on television. The Blue's Clues tester played the part of Steve and walked the kids through the script, making a careful note of all the questions they answered correctly and those that seemed to baffle them. At one point, for example, Sherman sat down with a tow-headed 5-year-old named Walker and a 4-and-a-half-year-old named Anna in a purple and white checked skirt. She began reading from the script. Blue had a favorite animal. Would they help us find out what it was? The kids were watching her closely. She began going through some of the subsidiary puzzles, one by one. She showed them a picture of an anteater. "What does an anteater eat?" she asked. Walker said, "Ants." Sherman turned the page to a picture of an elephant. She pointed at its trunk. "What's that?" Walker peered in. "A trunk." She pointed at the tusks. "Do you know what the white things are?" Walker looked again. "Nostrils." She showed them a picture of a bear, then came the first Blue's clue, a little splotch of white and black tattooed with one of Blue's paw prints. "That's black and white," Anna said. Sherman looked at the 2 of them. What animal could Blue want to learn about? She paused. Anna and Walker looked puzzled. Finally Walker broke the silence. "We had better go to the next clue." The second round of puzzles was a little harder. There was a picture of a bird. The kids were asked what the bird was doing, the answer was singing, and then why it was doing that. They talked about beavers and worms and then came to the second Blue's clue, an iceberg. Anna and Walker were still stumped. On they went to the third round, a long discussion of fish. Sherman showed them a picture of a little fish lying camouflaged at the bottom of the sea, eating a big fish. "Why is the fish hiding?" Sherman asked. Walker, "Because of the giant fish." Anna, "Because he will eat him." They came to the third Blue's clue. It was a cardboard cutout of one of Blue's paw prints. Sherman took the paw print and moved it toward Walker and Anna, wiggling it as she did. "What's this doing?" she asked. Walker screwed up his face in concentration. "It's walking like a human," he said. "Is it wriggling like a human?" Sherman asked. "It's waddling," Anna said. Sherman went over the clues in order: black and white, ice, waddling. There was a pause. Suddenly Walker's face lit up. "It's a penguin." He was shouting with the joy of discovery. "A penguin's black and white. It lives on the ice and it waddles." Blue's Clues succeeds as a story of discovery only if the clues are in proper order. The show has to start out easy, to give the viewers confidence, and then get progressively harder and harder, challenging the preschoolers more and more, drawing them into the narrative. The first set of puzzles about anteaters and elephants had to be easier than the set of puzzles about beavers and worms, which in turn had to be easier than the final set about fish. The layering of the show is what makes it possible for a child to watch the show 4 and 5 times. On each successive watching they master more and more, guessing correctly deeper into the program, until, by the end, they can anticipate every answer. After the morning of testing, the Blue's Clues team sat down and went through the results of the puzzles, one by one. 13 out of the 26 children guessed correctly that anteaters ate ants, which wasn't a good response rate for the first clue. "We like to open strong," Wilder said. They continued on, rustling through their papers. The results of a puzzle about beavers drew the frown from Wilder. When shown a picture of a beaver dam, the kids did badly on answering the first question, "What is the beaver doing?" but very well 19 out of 26 on the second question, "Why is he doing it?" "The layers are switched," Wilder said. She wanted the easier question first. On to the fish questions. Why was the little fish hiding from the big fish? Sherman looked up from her notes. I had a great answer. The little fish didn't want to scare the big fish. That's why he was hiding. They all laughed. Finally, came the most important question. Was the order of Blue's clues correct? Wilder and Gilman had presented the clues in the order that the script had stipulated: ice, waddle, then black and white. 4 of the 17 kids they talked to guessed penguin after the first clue, 6 more guessed it after the second clue, and 4 after all 3 clues. Wilder then turned to Sherman, who had given her clues in a different order: black and white, ice, waddle. I had no correct answers out of 9 kids after 1 clue, she reported. After ice, I was 1 of 9, and after waddle I was 6 of 9. Your clincher clue was waddle? That seems to work, Wilder responded. But along the way, were they guessing lots of different things? Oh yes, Sherman said. After 1 clue, I had guesses of dogs, cows, panda bears, and tigers. After ice, I got polar bears and cougars. Wilder nodded. Sherman's clue order got the kids thinking as broadly as possible early in the show, but still preserved the suspense of penguin until the end. The clue order they had, the clue order that seemed the best back when they were writing the script, gave the answer away far too soon. Sherman's clue order had suspense. The original order did not. They had spent a morning with a group of kids and come away with just what they wanted. It was only a small change. But a small change is often all that it takes. There is something profoundly counterintuitive in the definition of stickiness that emerges from all these examples. Wonderman stayed away from primetime slots for his commercials and bought fringe time, which goes against every principle of advertising. He eschewed slick creative messages for a seemingly cheesy gold box treasure hunt. Leventhal found that the hard sell, that trying to scare students into getting tetanus shots, didn't work, and what really worked was giving them a map they didn't need directing them to a clinic that they already knew existed. Blue's Clues got rid of the cleverness and originality that made Sesame Street the most beloved television program of its generation, created a plotting, literal show, and repeated each episode 5 times in a row. We all want to believe that the key to making an impact on someone lies with the inherent quality of the ideas we present. But in none of these cases did anyone substantially alter the content of what they were saying. Instead, they tipped the message by tinkering on the margin with the presentation of their ideas, by putting the Muppet behind the HUG, by mixing Big Bird with the adults, by repeating episodes and skits more than once, by having Steve pause just a second longer than normal after he asks a question, by putting a tiny gold box in the corner of the ad. The line between hostility and acceptance, in other words, between an epidemic that tips and one that does not, is sometimes a lot narrower than it seems. The creators of Sesame Street did not junk their entire show after the Philadelphia disaster. They just added Big Bird, and he made all the difference in the world. Howard Leventhal didn't redouble his efforts to terrify his students into getting a tetanus shot. He just threw in a map and a set of appointment times. The law of the few says that there are exceptional people out there who are capable of starting epidemics. All you have to do is find them. The lesson of stickiness is the same. There is a simple way to package information that, under the right circumstances, can make it irresistible. All you have to do is find it. The Power of Context, Part 1. Bernie Goetz and the Rise and Fall of New York City Crime. On December 22, 1984, the Saturday before Christmas, Bernhard Goetz left his apartment in Manhattan's Greenwich Village and walked to the Ert subway station at 14th Street and 7th Avenue. He was a slender man in his late 30s, with sandy-colored hair and glasses, dressed that day in jeans and a windbreaker. At the station, he boarded the No. 2 downtown express train and sat down next to 4 young black men. There were about 20 people in the car, but most sat at the other end, avoiding the 4 teenagers, because they were, as eyewitnesses would say later, horsing around and acting rowdy. Goetz seemed oblivious. "How are ya?" One of the 4, Troy Canty, said to Goetz as he walked in. Canty was lying almost prone on one of the subway benches. Canty and another of the teenagers, Barry Allen, walked up to Goetz and asked him for $5. A third youth, James Ramsier, gestured toward a suspicious-looking bulge in his pocket, as if he had a gun in there. "What do you want?" Goetz asked. "Give me $5, Canty repeated. Goetz looked up and, as he would say later, saw that Canty's eyes were shiny, and he was enjoying himself. He had a big smile on his face, and somehow that smile and those eyes set him off. Goetz reached into his pocket and pulled out a chrome-plated 5-shot Smith & Wesson .38, firing at each of the 4 youths in turn. As the 4th member of the group, Darrell Cady, lay screaming on the ground, Goetz walked over to him and said, "You seem all right. Here's another," before firing a 5th bullet into Cady's spinal cord and paralyzing him for life. In the tumult, someone pulled the emergency brake. The other passengers ran into the next car, except for 2 women who remained riveted in panic. "Are you all right?" Goetz asked the first, politely. "Yes," she said. The second woman was lying on the floor. She wanted Goetz to think she was dead. "Are you all right?" Goetz asked her, twice. She nodded yes. The conductor, now on the scene, asked Goetz if he was a police officer. "No," said Goetz. "I don't know why I did it." Pause. "They tried to rip me off." The conductor asked Goetz for his gun. Goetz declined. He walked through the doorway at the front of the car, unhooked the safety chain, and jumped down onto the tracks, disappearing into the dark of the tunnel. In the days that followed, the shooting on the Ert caused a national sensation. The 4 youths all turned out to have criminal records. Cady had been arrested previously for armed robbery, Canty for theft. 3 of them had screwdrivers in their pockets. They seemed the embodiment of the kind of young thug feared by nearly all urban dwellers, and the mysterious gunman who shot them down seemed like an avenging angel. The tabloids dubbed Goetz the subway vigilante and the death wish shooter. On radio call-in shows and in the streets, he was treated as a hero, a man who had fulfilled the secret fantasy of every New Yorker who had ever been mugged or intimidated or assaulted on the subway. On New Year's Eve, a week after the shooting, Goetz turned himself into a police station in New Hampshire. Upon his extradition to New York City, the New York Post ran 2 pictures on its front page, one of Goetz, handcuffed and head bowed, being led into custody, and one of Troy Canty, black, defiant, eyes hooded, arms folded, being released from the hospital. The headline read, "Led away in cuffs while wounded mugger walks to freedom." When the case came to trial, Goetz was easily acquitted on charges of assault and attempted murder. Outside Goetz's apartment building, on the evening of the verdict, there was a raucous, impromptu street party. 1. The Goetz case has become a symbol of a particular, dark moment in New York City history, the moment when the city's crime problem reached epidemic proportions. During the 1980s, New York City averaged well over 2,000 murders and 600,000 serious felonies a year. Underground, on the subways, conditions could only be described as chaotic. Before Bernie Goetz boarded the number 2 train that day, he would have waited on a dimly lit platform, surrounded on all sides by dark, damp, graffiti-covered walls. Chances are his train was late, because in 1984 there was a fire somewhere on the New York system every day and a derailment every other week. Pictures of the crime scene, taken by police, show that the car Goetz sat in was filthy, its floor littered with trash and the walls and ceiling thick with graffiti, but that wasn't unusual because in 1984 every one of the 6,000 cars in the Transit Authority fleet, with the exception of the Midtown Shuttle, was covered with graffiti, top to bottom, inside and out. In the winter, the cars were cold because few were adequately heated. In the summer, the cars were stiflingly hot because none were air-conditioned. Today, the number 2 train accelerates to over 40 miles an hour as it rumbles toward the Chambers Street Express stop. But it's doubtful Goetz's train went that fast. In 1984, there were 500 red tape areas on the system, places where track damage had made it unsafe for trains to go more than 15 miles per hour. Fare beating was so commonplace that it was costing the Transit Authority as much as $150 million in lost revenue annually. There were about 15,000 felonies on the system a year, a number that would hit 20,000 a year by the end of the decade, and harassment of riders by panhandlers and petty criminals was so pervasive that ridership of the trains had sunk to its lowest level in the history of the subway system. William Bratton, who was later to be a key figure in New York's successful fight against violent crime, writes in his autobiography of riding the New York subways in the 1980s after living in Boston for years, and being stunned at what he saw. After waiting in a seemingly endless line to buy a token, I tried to put a coin into a turnstile and found it had been purposely jammed. Unable to pay the fare to get into the system, we had to enter through a slam gate being held open by a scruffy-looking character with his hand out. Having disabled the turnstiles, he was now demanding that riders give him their tokens. Meanwhile, one of his cohorts had his mouth on the coin slots, sucking out the jammed coins and leaving his slobber. Most people were too intimidated to take these guys on. Here, take the damned token, what do I care? Other citizens were going over, under, around, or through the stiles for free. It was like going into the transit version of Dante's Inferno. This was New York City in the 1980s, a city in the grip of one of the worst crime epidemics in its history. But then, suddenly and without warning, the epidemic tipped. From a high in 1990, the crime rate went into precipitous decline. Murders dropped by 2/3. Felonies were cut in half. Other cities saw their crime drop in the same period. But in no place did the level of violence fall farther or faster. On the subways, by the end of the decade, there were 75% fewer felonies than there had been at the decade's start. In 1996, when Goetz went to trial a second time as the defendant in a civil suit brought by Darrell Cabey, the case was all but ignored by the press, and Goetz himself seemed almost an anachronism. At a time when New York had become the safest big city in the country, it seemed hard to remember precisely what it was that Goetz had once symbolized. It was simply inconceivable that someone could pull a gun on someone else on the subway and be called a hero for it. 2. This idea of crime as an epidemic, it must be said, is a little strange. We talk about epidemics of violence or crime waves, but it's not clear that we really believe that crime follows the same rules of epidemics as, say, Hush Puppies did, or Paul Revere's ride. Those epidemics involved relatively straightforward and simple things, a product and a message. Crime, on the other hand, isn't a single discrete thing, but a word used to describe an almost impossibly varied and complicated set of behaviors. Criminal acts have serious consequences. They require the criminal to do something that puts himself at great personal peril. To say someone is a criminal is to say that he or she is evil or violent or dangerous or dishonest or unstable or any combination of any of those things, none of which is a psychological state that would seem to be transmitted, casually, from one person to another. Criminals do not, in other words, sound like the kind of people who could be swept up by the infectious winds of an epidemic. Yet somehow, in New York City, this is exactly what occurred. In the years between the beginning and the middle of the 1990s, New York City did not get a population transplant. Nobody went out into the streets and successfully taught every would-be delinquent the distinction between right and wrong. There were just as many psychologically damaged people, criminally inclined people, living in the city at the peak of the crime wave as in the trough. But for some reason tens of thousands of those people suddenly stopped committing crimes. In 1984, an encounter between an angry subway rider and 4 young black youths led to bloodshed. Today, in New York subways, that same encounter doesn't lead to violence anymore. How did that happen? The answer lies in the third of the principles of epidemic transmission, the power of context. The law of the few looked at the kinds of people who are critical in spreading information. The chapter on Sesame Street and Blue's Clues looked at the question of stickiness, suggesting that in order to be capable of sparking epidemics, ideas have to be memorable and move us to action. We've looked at the people who spread ideas, and we've looked at the characteristics of successful ideas. But the subject of this chapter, the power of context, is no less important than the first two. Epidemics are sensitive to the conditions and circumstances of the times and places in which they occur. In Baltimore, syphilis spreads far more in the summer than in the winter. Hush Puppies took off because they were being worn by kids in the cutting-edge precincts of the East Village, an environment that helped others to look at the shoes in a new light. It could even be argued that the success of Paul Revere's ride, in some way, owed itself to the fact that it was made at night. At night, people are home in bed, which makes them an awful lot easier to reach than if they are off on errands or working in the fields. And if someone wakes us up to tell us something, we automatically assume the news is going to be urgent. One can only imagine how Paul Revere's afternoon ride might have compared. This much, I think, is relatively straightforward. But the lesson of the power of context is that we are more than just sensitive to changes in context. We're exquisitely sensitive to them. And the kinds of contextual changes that are capable of tipping an epidemic are very different than we might ordinarily suspect. 3. During the 1990s, violent crime declined across the United States for a number of fairly straightforward reasons. The illegal trade in crack cocaine, which had spawned a great deal of violence among gangs and drug dealers, began to decline. The economy's dramatic recovery meant that many people who might have been lured into crime got legitimate jobs instead, and the general aging of the population meant that there were fewer people in the age range, males between 18 and 24, that is responsible for the majority of all violence. The question of why crime declined in New York City, however, is a little more complicated. In the period when the New York epidemic tipped down, the city's economy hadn't improved. It was still stagnant. In fact, the city's poorest neighborhoods had just been hit hard by the welfare cuts of the early 1990s. The waning of the crack cocaine epidemic in New York was clearly a factor, but then again, it had been in steady decline well before crime dipped. As for the aging of the population, because of heavy immigration to New York in the 1980s, the city was getting younger in the 1990s, not older. In any case, all of these trends are long-term changes that one would expect to have gradual effects. In New York, the decline was anything but gradual. Something else clearly played a role in reversing New York's crime epidemic. The most intriguing candidate for that something else is called the broken windows theory. Broken windows was the brainchild of the criminologists James Q. Wilson and George Kelling. Wilson and Kelling argued that crime is the inevitable result of disorder. If a window is broken and left unrepaired, people walking by will conclude that no one cares and no one is in charge. Soon, more windows will be broken, and the sense of anarchy will spread from the building to the street on which it faces, sending a signal that anything goes. In a city, relatively minor problems like graffiti, public disorder, and aggressive panhandling, they write, are all the equivalent of broken windows invitations to more serious crimes. Muggers and robbers, whether opportunistic or professional, believe they reduce their chances of being caught or even identified if they operate on streets where potential victims are already intimidated by prevailing conditions. If the neighborhood cannot keep a bothersome panhandler from annoying passersby, the thief may reason, it is even less likely to call the police to identify a potential mugger or to interfere if the mugging actually takes place. This is an epidemic theory of crime. It says that crime is contagious, just as a fashion trend is contagious, that it can start with a broken window and spread to an entire community. The tipping point in this epidemic, though, isn't a particular kind of person, a connector like Lois Weisberg, or a maven like Mark Alpert. It's something physical like graffiti. The impetus to engage in a certain kind of behavior is not coming from a certain kind of person but from a feature of the environment. In the mid-1980s, Kelling was hired by the New York Transit Authority as a consultant, and he urged them to put the broken windows theory into practice. They obliged, bringing in a new subway director by the name of David Gunn to oversee a multi-billion-dollar rebuilding of the subway system. Many subway advocates at the time told Gunn not to worry about graffiti, to focus on the larger questions of crime and subway reliability, and it seemed like reasonable advice. Worrying about graffiti at a time when the entire system was close to collapse seems as pointless as scrubbing the decks of the Titanic as it headed toward the icebergs. But Gunn insisted. The graffiti was symbolic of the collapse of the system, he says. When you looked at the process of rebuilding the organization and morale, you had to win the battle against graffiti. Without winning that battle, all the management reforms and physical changes just weren't going to happen. We were about to put out new trains that were worth about $10 million a piece, and unless we did something to protect them, we knew just what would happen. They would last one day and then they would be vandalized. Gunn drew up a new management structure and a precise set of goals and timetables aimed at cleaning the system line by line, train by train. He started with the number 7 train that connects Queens to Midtown Manhattan, and began experimenting with new techniques to clean off the paint. On stainless steel cars, solvents were used. On the painted cars, the graffiti were simply painted over. Gunn made it a rule that there should be no retreat, that once a car was reclaimed it should never be allowed to be vandalized again. We were religious about it, Gunn said. At the end of the number 1 line in the Bronx, where the trains stopped before turning around and going back to Manhattan, Gunn set up a cleaning station. If a car came in with graffiti, the graffiti had to be removed during the changeover, or the car was removed from service. Dirty cars, which hadn't yet been cleansed of graffiti, were never to be mixed with clean cars. The idea was to send an unambiguous message to the vandals themselves. We had a yard up in Harlem on 135th Street where the trains would lay up overnight, Gunn said. The kids would come the first night and paint the side of the train white. Then they would come the next night after it was dry and draw the outline. Then they would come the third night and color it in. It was a 3-day job. We knew the kids would be working on one of the dirty trains, and what we would do is wait for them to finish their mural. Then we'd walk over with rollers and paint it over. The kids would be in tears, but we'd just be going up and down, up and down. It was a message to them. If you want to spend 3 nights of your time vandalizing a train, fine. But it's never going to see the light of day. Guns graffiti cleanup took from 1984 to 1990. At that point, the Transit Authority hired William Bratton to head the transit police, and the second stage of the reclamation of the subway system began. Bratton was, like Gunn, a disciple of broken windows. He describes Kelling, in fact, as his intellectual mentor, and so his first step as police chief was as seemingly quixotic as Gunn's. With felonies, serious crimes, on the subway system at an all-time high, Bratton decided to crack down on fair beating. Why? Because he believed that, like graffiti, fair beating could be a signal, a small expression of disorder that invited much more serious crimes. An estimated 170,000 people a day were entering the system, by one route or another, without paying a token. Some were kids, who simply jumped over the turnstiles. Others would lean backward on the turnstiles and force their way through. And once 1 or 2 or 3 people began cheating the system, other people, who might never otherwise have considered evading the law, would join in, reasoning that if some people weren't going to pay, they shouldn't either, and the problem would snowball. The problem was exacerbated by the fact fair beating was not easy to fight. Because there was only $1.25 at stake, the transit police didn't feel it was worth their time to pursue it, particularly when there were plenty of more serious crimes happening down on the platform and in the trains. Bratton is a colorful, charismatic man, a born leader, and he quickly made his presence felt. His wife stayed behind in Boston, so he was free to work long hours, and he would roam the city on the subway at night, getting a sense of what the problems were and how best to fight them. First, he picked stations where fair beating was the biggest problem, and put as many as 10 policemen in plainclothes at the turnstiles. The team would nab fair beaters one by one, handcuff them, and leave them standing, in a daisy chain, on the platform until they had a full catch. The idea was to signal, as publicly as possible, that the transit police were now serious about cracking down on fair beaters. Previously, police officers had been wary of pursuing fair beaters because the arrest, the trip to the station house, the filling out of necessary forms, and the waiting for those forms to be processed took an entire day, all for a crime that usually merited no more than a slap on the wrist. Bratton retrofitted a city bus and turned it into a rolling station house, with its own fax machines, phones, holding pen, and fingerprinting facilities. Soon the turnaround time on an arrest was down to an hour. Bratton also insisted that a check be run on all those arrested. Sure enough, 1 out of 7 arrestees had an outstanding warrant for a previous crime, and 1 out of 20 was carrying a weapon of some sort. Suddenly it wasn't hard to convince police officers that tackling fair beating made sense. For the cops it was a bonanza, Bratton writes. Every arrest was like opening a box of Cracker Jack. What kind of toy am I going to get? Got a gun? Got a knife? Got a warrant? Do we have a murderer here? After a while the bad guys wised up and began to leave their weapons home and pay their fares. Under Bratton, the number of ejections from subway stations for drunkenness or improper behavior tripled within his first few months in office. Arrests for misdemeanors, for the kind of minor offenses that had gone unnoticed in the past, went up 5-fold between 1990 and 1994. Bratton turned the transit police into an organization focused on the smallest infractions, on the details of life underground. After the election of Rudolph Giuliani as mayor of New York in 1994, Bratton was appointed head of the New York City Police Department, and he applied the same strategies to the city at large. He instructed his officers to crack down on quality-of-life crimes, on the squeegee men who came up to drivers at New York City intersections and demanded money for washing car windows, for example, and on all the other above-ground equivalents of turnstile jumping and graffiti. Previous police administration had been handcuffed by restrictions, Bratton says. We took the handcuffs off. We stepped up enforcement of the laws against public drunkenness and public urination and arrested repeat violators, including those who threw empty bottles on the street or were involved in even relatively minor damage to property. If you peed in the street, you were going to jail. When crime began to fall in the city, as quickly and dramatically as it had in the subways, Bratton and Giuliani pointed to the same cause. Minor, seemingly insignificant quality of life crimes, they said, were tipping points for violent crime. Broken windows theory and the power of context are one and the same. They are both based on the premise that an epidemic can be reversed, can be tipped, by tinkering with the smallest details of the immediate environment. This is, if you think about it, quite a radical idea. Think back, for instance, to the encounter between Bernie Goetz and those four youths on the subway, Alan, Revere, Katie, and Canty. At least two of them, according to some reports, appear to have been on drugs at the time of the incident. They all came from the Claremont Village housing project in one of the worst parts of the South Bronx. Katie was, at the time, under indictment for armed robbery. Canty had a prior felony arrest for possession of stolen property. Alan had been previously arrested for attempted assault. Alan, Canty, and Revere also all had misdemeanor convictions, ranging from criminal mischief to petty larceny. 2 years after the Goetz shooting, Revere was sentenced to 25 years in prison for rape, robbery, sodomy, sexual abuse, assault, criminal use of a firearm, and possession of stolen property. It's hard to be surprised when people like this wind up in the middle of a violent incident. Then there's Goetz. He did something that is completely anomalous. White professionals do not, as a rule, shoot young black men on the subway. But if you look closely at who he was, he fits the stereotype of the kind of person who ends up in violent situations. His father was a strict disciplinarian with a harsh temper, and Goetz was often the focus of his father's rage. At school, he was the one teased by classmates, the last one picked for school games, a lonely child who would often leave school in tears. He worked, after graduating from college, for Westinghouse, building nuclear submarines. But he didn't last long. He was constantly clashing with his superiors over what he saw as shoddy practices and corner-cutting, and sometimes broke company and union rules by doing work that he was contractually forbidden to do. He took an apartment on 14th Street in Manhattan, near 6th Avenue, on a stretch of city block that was then heavy with homelessness and drug dealing. One of the doormen in the building, with whom Goetz was close, was beaten badly by muggers. Goetz became obsessed with cleaning up the neighborhood. He complained endlessly about a vacant newsstand near his building, which was used by vagrants as a trash bin and stank of urine. One night, mysteriously, it burned down, and the next day Goetz was out on the street sweeping away the debris. Once at a community meeting, he said, to the shock of others in the room, "The only way we're going to clean up this street is to get rid of the spikes and niggers." In 1981, Goetz was mugged by 3 black youths as he entered the Canal Street station one afternoon. He ran out of the station with the 3 of them in pursuit. They grabbed the electronics equipment he was carrying, beat him, and threw him up against a plate glass door, leaving him with permanent damage to his chest. With the help of an off-duty sanitation worker, Goetz managed to subdue one of his 3 attackers. But the experience left him embittered. He had to spend 6 hours in the station house, talking to police, while his assailant was released after 2 hours and charged, in the end, with only a misdemeanor. He applied to the city for a gun permit. He was turned down. In September 1984, his father died. 3 months later, he sat down next to 4 black youths on the subway and started shooting. Here, in short, was a man with an authority problem, with a strong sense that the system wasn't working, who had been the recent target of humiliation. Lillian Rubin, Goetz's biographer, writes that his choice to live on 14th Street could hardly have been an accident. For Bernie, she writes, there seems to be something seductive about the setting. Precisely because of its deficits and discomforts, it provided him with a comprehensible target for the rage that lives inside him. By focusing it on the external world, he need not deal with his internal one. He rails about the dirt, the noise, the drunks, the crime, the pushers, the junkies. And all with good reason. Goetz's bullets, Rubin concludes, were aimed at targets that existed as much in his past as in the present. If you think of what happened on the number 2 train this way, the shooting begins to feel inevitable. 4 hoodlums confront a man with apparent psychological problems. That the shooting took place on the subway seems incidental. Goetz would have shot those 4 kids if he had been sitting in a Burger King. Most of the formal explanations we use for criminal behavior follow along the same logic. Psychiatrists talk about criminals as people with stunted psychological development, people who have had pathological relationships with their parents, who lack adequate role models. There is a relatively new literature that talks about genes that may or may not dispose certain individuals to crime. On the popular side, there are endless numbers of books by conservatives talking about crime as a consequence of moral failure of communities and schools and parents who no longer raise children with a respect for right and wrong. All of those theories are essentially ways of saying that the criminal is a personality type distinguished by an insensitivity to the norms of normal society. People with stunted psychological development don't understand how to conduct healthy relationships. People with genetic predispositions to violence fly off the handle when normal people keep their cool. People who aren't taught right from wrong are oblivious to what is and what is not appropriate behavior. People who grow up poor, fatherless, and buffeted by racism don't have the same commitment to social norms as those from healthy middle-class homes. Bernie Goetz and those four thugs on the subway were, in this sense, prisoners of their own dysfunctional world. But what do broken windows and the power of context suggest? Exactly the opposite. They say that the criminal, far from being someone who acts for fundamental, intrinsic reasons and who lives in his own world, is actually someone acutely sensitive to his environment, who is alert to all kinds of cues, and who is prompted to commit crimes based on his perception of the world around him. That is an incredibly radical, and in some sense unbelievable, idea. There is an even more radical dimension here. The power of context is an environmental argument. It says that behavior is a function of social context. But it is a very strange kind of environmentalism. In the 1960s, liberals made a similar kind of argument, but when they talked about the importance of environment, they were talking about the importance of fundamental social factors. Crime, they said, was the result of social injustice, of structural economic inequities, of unemployment, of racism, of decades of institutional and social neglect, so that if you wanted to stop crime you had to undertake some fairly heroic steps. But the power of context says that what really matters is little things. The power of context says that the showdown on the subway between Bernie Goetz and those four youths had very little to do, in the end, with the tangled psychological pathology of Goetz, and very little as well to do with the background and poverty of the four youths who accosted him, and everything to do with the message sent by the graffiti on the walls and the disorder at the turnstiles. The power of context says you don't have to solve the big problems to solve crime. You can prevent crimes just by scrubbing off graffiti and arresting fare beaters. Crime epidemics have tipping points every bit as simple and straightforward as syphilis in Baltimore or a fashion trend like Hush Puppies. This is what I meant when I called the power of context a radical theory. Giuliani and Bratton, far from being conservatives, as they are commonly identified, actually represent on the question of crime the most extreme liberal position imaginable, a position so extreme that it is almost impossible to accept. How can it be that what was going on in Bernie Goetz's head doesn't matter? And if it is really true that it doesn't matter, why is that fact so hard to believe? 4. In Chapter 2, when I was discussing what made someone like Mark Alpert so important in word-of-mouth epidemics, I talked about two seemingly counterintuitive aspects of persuasion. One was the study that showed how people who watched Peter Jennings on ABC were more likely to vote Republican than people who watched either Tom Brokaw or Dan Rather because, in some unconscious way, Jennings was able to signal his affection for Republican candidates. The second study showed how people who were charismatic could, without saying anything and with the briefest of exposures, infect others with their emotions. The implications of those two studies go to the heart of the law of the few, because they suggest that what we think of as inner states, preferences and emotions are actually powerfully and imperceptibly influenced by seemingly inconsequential personal influences, by a newscaster we watch for a few minutes a day, or by someone we sit next to, in silence, in a 2-minute experiment. The essence of the power of context is that the same thing is true for certain kinds of environments, that in ways that we don't necessarily appreciate, our inner states are the result of our outer circumstances. The field of psychology is rich with experiments that demonstrate this fact. Let me give you just a few examples. In the early 1970s, a group of social scientists at Stanford University, led by Philip Zimbardo, decided to create a mock prison in the basement of the university's psychology building. They took a 35-foot section of corridor and created a cell block with a prefabricated wall. 3 small, 6-by-9-foot cells were created from laboratory rooms and given steel-barred, black-painted doors. A closet was turned into a solitary confinement cell. The group then advertised in the local papers for volunteers, men who would agree to participate in the experiment. 75 people applied, and from those Zimbardo and his colleagues picked the 21 who appeared the most normal and healthy on psychological tests. Half of the group were chosen, at random, to be guards, and were given uniforms and dark glasses and told that their responsibility was to keep order in the prison. The other half were told that they were to be prisoners. Zimbardo got the Palo Alto Police Department to arrest the prisoners in their homes, cuff them, bring them to the station house, charge them with a fictitious crime, fingerprint them, then blindfold them and bring them to the prison in the psychology department basement. Then they were stripped and given a prison uniform to wear, with a number on the front and back that was to serve as their only means of identification for the duration of their incarceration. The purpose of the experiment was to try to find out why prisons are such nasty places. Was it because prisons are full of nasty people, or was it because prisons are such nasty environments that they make people nasty? And the answer to that question is obviously the answer to the question posed by Bernie Goetz and the subway cleanup, which is how much influence does immediate environment have on the way people behave? What Zimbardo found out shocked him. The guards, some of whom had previously identified themselves as pacifists, fell quickly into the role of hard-bitten disciplinarians. The first night they woke up the prisoners at 2 in the morning and made them do push-ups, line up against the wall, and perform other arbitrary tasks. On the morning of the second day, the prisoners rebelled. They ripped off their numbers and barricaded themselves in their cells. The guards responded by stripping them, spraying them with fire extinguishers and throwing the leader of the rebellion into solitary confinement. There were times when we were pretty abusive, getting right in their faces and yelling at them, one guard remembers. It was part of the whole atmosphere of terror. As the experiment progressed, the guards got systematically crueler and more sadistic. What we were unprepared for was the intensity of the change and the speed at which it happened, Zimbardo says. The guards were making the prisoners say to one another they loved each other and making them march down the hallway in handcuffs with paper bags over their heads. It was completely the opposite from the way I conduct myself now, another guard remembers. I think I was positively creative in terms of my mental cruelty. After 36 hours, one prisoner began to get hysterical and had to be released. 4 more then had to be released because of extreme emotional depression, crying, rage, and acute anxiety. Zimbardo had originally intended to have the experiment run for 2 weeks. He called it off after 6 days. I realize now, one prisoner said after the experiment was over, that no matter how together I thought I was inside my head, my prisoner behavior was often less under my control than I realized. Another said, I began to feel that I was losing my identity, that the person I call, the person who volunteered to get me into this prison, because it was a prison to me, it still is a prison to me, I don't regard it as an experiment or a simulation. Was distant from me, was remote, until finally I wasn't that person. I was 416. I was really my number and 416 was really going to have to decide what to do. Zimbardo's conclusion was that there are specific situations so powerful that they can overwhelm our inherent predispositions. The key word here is situation. Zimbardo isn't talking about environment, about the major external influences on all of our lives. He's not denying that how we are raised by our parents affects who we are, or that the kind of schools we went to, the friends we have, or the neighborhoods we live in affect our behavior. All of these things are undoubtedly important. Nor is he denying that our genes play a role in determining who we are. Most psychologists believe that nature, genetics, accounts for about half of the reason why we tend to act the way we do. His point is simply that there are certain times and places and conditions when much of that can be swept away, that there are instances where you can take normal people from good schools and happy families and good neighborhoods and powerfully affect their behavior merely by changing the immediate details of their situation. This same argument was made, perhaps more explicitly, in the 1920s in a landmark set of experiments by 2 New York-based researchers, Hugh Hartshorne and Emma May. Hartshorne and May took as their subjects about 11,000 schoolchildren between the ages of 8 and 16, and over the course of several months they gave them literally dozens of tests, all designed to measure honesty. The types of tests that Hartshorne and May used are quite central to their conclusion, so I'll identify a number of them in some detail. One set, for example, was simple aptitude tests developed by the Institute for Educational Research, a precursor to the group that now develops the SATs. In the sentence completion test, children were asked to fill in words that had been left blank. For example, the poor little has nothing to, he is hungry. In the arithmetic test, children were given math questions like when sugar costs 10 cents a pound, how much will 5 pounds cost, and asked to write their answers in the margin. The tests were given in only a fraction of the time usually needed for completion, so most children had lots of unanswered questions, and when the time was up the tests were collected and graded. The following day the students were given the same kinds of tests again, with questions that were different but of equal difficulty. This time, though, the students were given an answer key and, under minimal supervision, told to grade their own papers. Hartshorn and May, in other words, had set up a sting operation. With the answers in hand and lots of unanswered questions, the students had ample opportunity to cheat. And with the previous day's tests in hand, Hartshorn and May could compare the first day's answers to the second, and get a good sense of how much each student was cheating. Another set of tests was what are called speed tests, much simpler measures of ability. Students were given 56 pairs of numbers and told to add them. Or they were shown a sequence of several hundred randomly arranged letters of the alphabet and asked to read through them and underline all the A's. Students were allowed a minute to complete each of these tests. Then they were given another set of equivalent tests, only this time the time limit wasn't enforced at all, allowing the students to keep on working if they wanted to. In all, the two psychologists administered countless different tests in countless different situations. They had children undertake tests of physical ability, like chin-ups or broad jumps, and secretly observed them to see whether they cheated in reporting how well they did. They gave students tests to do at home, where they had ample opportunity to use dictionaries or ask for help, and compared those results to how they did on similar tests administered at school, where cheating was impossible. In the end, their results fill 3 thick volumes and, along the way, challenge a lot of preconceptions of what character is. Their first conclusion is, unsurprisingly, that lots of cheating goes on. In one case, the scores on tests where cheating was possible were 50% higher, on average, than the honest scores. When Hartshorn and May began to look for patterns in the cheating, some of their findings were equally obvious. Smart children cheat a little less than less intelligent children. Girls cheat about as much as boys. Older children cheat more than younger children, and those from stable and happy homes cheat a bit less than those from unstable and unhappy homes. If you analyze the data, you can find general patterns of behavioral consistency from test to test. But the consistency isn't nearly as high as you might expect. There isn't one tight little circle of cheaters and one tight little circle of honest students. Some kids cheat at home but not at school, some kids cheat at school but not at home. Whether or not a child cheated on, say, the word completion test was not an ironclad predictor of whether he or she would cheat on, say, the underlining A's part of the speed test. If you gave the same group of kids the same test under the same circumstances 6 months apart, Hartshorn and May found, the same kids would cheat in the same ways in both cases. But once you changed any of those variables, the material on the test, or the situation in which it was administered, the kinds of cheating would change as well. What Hartshorn and May concluded, then, is that something like honesty isn't a fundamental trait, or what they called a unified trait. A trait like honesty, they concluded, is considerably influenced by the situation. Most children, they wrote, will deceive in certain situations and not in others. Lying, cheating and stealing as measured by the test situations used in these studies are only very loosely related. Even cheating in the classroom is rather highly specific, for a child may cheat on an arithmetic test and not on a spelling test, etc. Whether a child will practice deceit in any given situation depends in part on his intelligence, age, home background, and the like, and in part on the nature of the situation itself and his particular relation to it. This, I realize, seems wildly counterintuitive. If I asked you to describe the personality of your best friends, you could do so easily, and you wouldn't say things like my friend Howard is incredibly generous, but only when I ask him for things, not when his family asks him for things, or my friend Alice is wonderfully honest when it comes to her personal life, but at work she can be very slippery. You would say, instead, that your friend Howard is generous and your friend Alice is honest. All of us, when it comes to personality, naturally think in terms of absolutes, that a person is a certain way or is not a certain way. But what Zimbardo and Hartshorn and May are suggesting is that this is a mistake, that when we think only in terms of inherent traits and forget the role of situations, We're deceiving ourselves about the real causes of human behavior. Why do we make this mistake? It's probably the result of the way evolution has structured our brain. For instance, anthropologists who study vervets find that these kinds of monkeys are really bad at picking up the significance of things like an antelope carcass hanging in a tree, which is a sure sign that a leopard is in the vicinity, or the presence of python tracks. Vervets have been known to waltz into a thicket, ignoring a fresh trail of python tracks, and then act stunned when they actually come across the snake itself. This doesn't mean that vervets are stupid. They are very sophisticated when it comes to questions that have to do with other vervets. They can hear the call of a male vervet and recognize whether it comes from their own group or a neighboring group. If vervets hear a baby vervet's cry of distress, they will look immediately not in the direction of the baby, but at its mother. They know instantly whose baby it is. A vervet, in other words, is very good at processing certain kinds of vervetish information, but not so good at processing other kinds of information. The same is true of humans. Consider the following brain teaser. Suppose I give you 4 cards labeled with the letters A and D and the numerals 3 and 6. The rule of the game is that a card with a vowel on it always has an even number on the other side. Which of the cards would you have to turn over to prove this rule to be true? The answer is 2, the A card and the 3 card. The overwhelming majority of people given this test, though, don't get it right. They tend to answer just the A card, or the A and the 6. It's a hard question. But now let me pose another question. Suppose 4 people are drinking in a bar. 1 is drinking Coke. 1 is 16. 1 is drinking beer and 1 is 25. Given the rule that no one under 21 is allowed to drink beer, which of those people's ids do we have to check to make sure the law is being observed? Now the answer is easy. In fact, I'm sure that almost everyone will get it right, the beer drinker and the 16-year-old. But as the psychologist Leda Kosmides, who dreamt up this example, points out, it is exactly the same puzzle as the A, D, 3, and 6 puzzle. The difference is that it is framed in a way that makes it about people, instead of about numbers, and as human beings we are a lot more sophisticated about each other than we are about the abstract world. The mistake we make in thinking of character as something unified and all-encompassing is very similar to a kind of blind spot in the way we process information. Psychologists call this tendency the fundamental attribution error, FA, which is a fancy way of saying that when it comes to interpreting other people's behavior, human beings invariably make the mistake of overestimating the importance of fundamental character traits and underestimating the importance of the situation and context. We will always reach for a dispositional explanation for events as opposed to a contextual explanation. In one experiment, for instance, a group of people are told to watch 2 sets of similarly talented basketball players, the first of whom are shooting baskets in a well-lighted gym and the second of whom are shooting baskets in a badly lighted gym and obviously missing a lot of shots. Then they are asked to judge how good the players were. The players in the well-lighted gym were considered superior. In another example, a group of people are brought in for an experiment and told they are going to play a quiz game. They are paired off and they draw lots. One person gets a card that says he or she is going to be the contestant. The other is told he or she is going to be the questioner. The questioner is then asked to draw up a list of 10 challenging but not impossible questions based on areas of particular interest or expertise. So someone who is into Ukrainian folk music might come up with a series of questions based on Ukrainian folk music. The questions are posed to the contestant, and after the quiz is over, both parties are asked to estimate the level of general knowledge of the other. Invariably, the contestants rate the questioners as being a lot smarter than they themselves are. You can do these kinds of experiments 1,000 different ways and the answer almost always comes out the same way. This happens even when you give people a clear and immediate environmental explanation of the behavior they are being asked to evaluate, that the gym in the first case has few lights on, that the contestant is being asked to answer the most impossibly biased and rigged set of questions. In the end, this doesn't make much difference. There is something in all of us that makes us instinctively want to explain the world around us in terms of people's essential attributes. He's a better basketball player, that person is smarter than I am. We do this because, like vervets, we are a lot more attuned to personal cues than contextual cues. The Fae also makes the world a much simpler and more understandable place. In recent years, for example, There has been much interest in the idea that one of the most fundamental factors in explaining personality is birth order. Older siblings are domineering and conservative, younger siblings more creative and rebellious. When psychologists actually try to verify this claim, however, their answers sound like the hartshorn and May conclusions. We do reflect the influences of birth order, but, as the psychologist Judith Harris points out in the nurture assumption, only around our families. When they are away from their families in different contexts, older siblings are no more likely to be domineering and younger siblings no more likely to be rebellious than anyone else. The birth order myth is an example of the Fae in action. But you can see why we are so drawn to it. It is much easier to define people just in terms of their family personality. It's a kind of shorthand. If we constantly had to qualify every assessment of those around us, how would we make sense of the world? How much harder would it be to make the thousands of decisions we are required to make about whether we like someone, or love someone, or trust someone, or want to give someone advice? The psychologist Walter Mischel argues that the human mind has a kind of reducing valve that creates and maintains the perception of continuity even in the face of perpetual observed changes in actual behavior. He writes, "When we observe a woman who seems hostile and fiercely independent some of the time but passive, dependent and feminine on other occasions, our reducing valve usually makes us choose between the two syndromes. We decide that one pattern is in the service of the other, or that both are in the service of a third motive. She must be a really castrating lady with a fa-ate of passivity, or perhaps she is a warm, passive dependent woman with a surface defense of aggressiveness. But perhaps nature is bigger than our concepts and it is possible for the lady to be a hostile, fiercely independent, passive, dependent, feminine, aggressive, warm, castrating person all in one. Of course, which of these she is at any particular moment would not be random or capricious, it would depend on who she is with, when, how, and much, much more. But each of these aspects of herself may be a quite genuine and real aspect of her total being. Character, then, isn't what we think it is or, rather, what we want it to be. It isn't a stable, easily identifiable set of closely related traits, and it only seems that way because of a glitch in the way our brains are organized. Character is more like a bundle of habits and tendencies and interests, loosely bound together and dependent, at certain times, on circumstance and context. The reason that most of us seem to have a consistent character is that most of us are really good at controlling our environment. I have a lot of fun at dinner parties. As a result, I throw a lot of dinner parties and my friends see me there and think that I'm fun. But if I couldn't have lots of dinner parties, if my friends instead tended to see me in lots of different situations over which I had little or no control, like, say, faced with 4 hostile youths in a filthy, broken-down subway, they probably wouldn't think of me as fun anymore. 5. Some years ago, 2 Princeton University psychologists, John Darley and Daniel Batson, decided to conduct a study inspired by the biblical story of the Good Samaritan. As you may recall, that story, from the New Testament Gospel of Luke, tells of a traveler who has been beaten and robbed and left for dead by the side of the road from Jerusalem to Jericho. Both a priest and a Levite, worthy, pious men, came upon the man but did not stop, passing by on the other side. The only man to help was a Samaritan, the member of a despised minority, who went up to him and bound up his wounds and took him to an inn. Darley and Batson decided to replicate that study at the Princeton Theological Seminary. This was an experiment very much in the tradition of the Fae, and it is an important demonstration of how the power of context has implications for the way we think about social epidemics of all kinds, not just violent crime. Darley and Batson met with a group of seminarians individually, and asked each one to prepare a short, extemporaneous talk on a given biblical theme, then walk over to a nearby building to present it. Along the way to the presentation, each student ran into a man slumped in an alley, head down, eyes closed, coughing and groaning. The question was, who would stop and help? Darley and Batson introduced 3 variables into the experiment to make its results more meaningful. First, before the experiment even started, they gave the students a questionnaire about why they had chosen to study theology. Did they see religion as a means for personal and spiritual fulfillment? Or were they looking for a practical tool for finding meaning in everyday life? Then they varied the subject of the theme the students were asked to talk about. Some were asked to speak on the relevance of the professional clergy to the religious vocation. Others were given the parable of the Good Samaritan. Finally, the instructions given by the experimenters to each student varied as well. In some of the cases, as he sent the students on their way, the experimenter would look at his watch and say, "Oh, you're late. They were expecting you a few minutes ago. We'd better get moving." In other cases, he would say, "It will be a few minutes before they're ready for you, but you might as well head over now." If you ask people to predict which seminarians played the Good Samaritan, and subsequent studies have done just this, their answers are highly consistent. They almost all say that the students who entered the ministry to help people and those reminded of the importance of compassion by having just read the parable of the Good Samaritan will be the most likely to stop. Most of us, I think, would agree with those conclusions. In fact, neither of those factors made any difference. It is hard to think of a context in which norms concerning helping those in distress are more salient than for a person thinking about the Good Samaritan, and yet it did not significantly increase helping behavior, Darley and Batson concluded. Indeed, on several occasions, a seminary student going to give his talk on the parable of the Good Samaritan literally stepped over the victim as he hurried on his way. The only thing that really mattered was whether the student was in a rush. Of the group that was, 10% stopped to help. Of the group who knew they had a few minutes to spare, 63% stopped. What this study is suggesting, in other words, is that the convictions of your heart and the actual contents of your thoughts are less important, in the end, in guiding your actions than the immediate context of your behavior. The words "oh, you're late" had the effect of making someone who was ordinarily compassionate into someone who was indifferent to suffering, of turning someone, in that particular moment, into a different person. Epidemics are, at their root, about this very process of transformation. When we are trying to make an idea or attitude or product tip, we're trying to change our audience in some small yet critical respect. We're trying to infect them, sweep them up in our epidemic, convert them from hostility to acceptance. That can be done through the influence of special kinds of people, people of extraordinary personal connection. That's the law of the few. It can be done by changing the content of communication, by making a message so memorable that it sticks in someone's mind and compels them to action. That is the stickiness factor. I think that both of those laws make intuitive sense. But we need to remember that small changes in context can be just as important in tipping epidemics, even though that fact appears to violate some of our most deeply held assumptions about human nature. This does not mean that our inner psychological states and personal histories are not important in explaining our behavior. An enormous percentage of those who engage in violent acts, for example, have some kind of psychiatric disorder or come from deeply disturbed backgrounds. But there is a world of difference between being inclined toward violence and actually committing a violent act. A crime is a relatively rare and aberrant event. For a crime to be committed, something extra, something additional, has to happen to tip a troubled person toward violence, and what the power of context is saying is that those tipping points may be as simple and trivial as everyday signs of disorder like graffiti and fair beating. The implications of this idea are enormous. The previous notion that disposition is everything, that the cause of violent behavior is always sociopathic personality or deficient superego or the inability to delay gratification or some evil in the genes is, in the end, the most passive and reactive of ideas about crime. It says that once you catch a criminal you can try to help him get better, give him Prozac, put him in therapy, try to rehabilitate him, but there is very little you can do to prevent crime from happening in the first place. The old understanding of handling crime epidemics leads inevitably to a preoccupation with defensive measures against crime. Put an extra lock on the door to slow the burglar down and maybe encourage him to go next door. Lock up criminals for longer, so that they have less opportunity to do the rest of us harm. Move to the suburbs to put as much distance as possible between yourself and the majority of criminals. Once you understand that context matters, however, that specific and relatively small elements in the environment can serve as tipping points, that defeatism is turned upside down. Environmental tipping points are things that we can change. We can fix broken windows and clean up graffiti and change the signals that invite crime in the first place. Crime can be more than understood. It can be prevented. There is a broader dimension to this. Judith Harris has convincingly argued that peer influence and community influence are more important than family influence in determining how children turn out. Studies of juvenile delinquency and high school dropout rates, for example, demonstrate that a child is better off in a good neighborhood and a troubled family than he or she is in a troubled neighborhood and a good family. We spend so much time celebrating the importance and power of family influence that it may seem, at first blush, that this can't be true. But in reality it is no more than an obvious and commonsensical extension of the power of context, because it says simply that children are powerfully shaped by their external environment, that the features of our immediate social and physical world, the streets we walk down, the people we encounter, play a huge role in shaping who we are and how we act. It isn't just serious criminal behavior, in the end, that is sensitive to environmental cues, it is all behavior. Weird as it sounds, if you add up the meaning of the Stanford prison experiment and the New York subway experiment, they suggest that it is possible to be a better person on a clean street or in a clean subway than in one littered with trash and graffiti. In a situation like this, you're in a combat situation, Goetz told his neighbor Myra Friedman in an anguished telephone call just days after the shooting. You're not thinking in a normal way. Your memory isn't even working normally. You are so hyped up. Your vision actually changes. Your field of view changes. Your capabilities change. What you are capable of changes. He acted, Goetz went on, viciously and savagely. If you corner a rat and you are about to butcher it, okay? The way I responded was viciously and savagely, just like that, like a rat. Of course he did. He was in a rat hole.